listening?
I actually listen to you a lot, but obviously on Anonymous.
Okay. Okay, you always listen anonymous.
Yeah,
That's why I usually see other people listening.
it's always me just there chilling.
I know. My space can be very hot. Maybe some of you uh, are scared to be seen, but that is the way to go.
Oh, it's just I'm under after the protest. I made a decision to join Tata's team, and so I have to give him the grace to fill out his vision and be part of that before I try something else.
You know, Okia Umtata
Yeah,
should stop the, if he want us later, we don't have problem with him. He's part of us. He has really fought for this country. He have suffered. He's one actually of a surviving victim.
yeah,
But now we don't want him to do things upside down. The political of, you know, going into political parties is not a time. Now
yeah,
the language should be revolution. After the revolution, then now we will know who to put in the realm and people that they will want other positions. But
yeah,
having this daydream uh, of people saying that, Tata, we are going to vote, it's going to remove Ruto, that is a daydream, because now all the arm of government have become extension of one individual, William Ruto. The
yeah,
ruling that Supreme Court made today actually stamped and cleared our doubts that we have been doubting all along,
yeah,
by saying that the Finance Bill 2023 was constitutional, even went ahead and say that there was enough public participation. So
yeah,
these are things that now, we had only that slight window of having hope on our judiciary. But today, the Supreme Court have managed to dim that light, to quench
yeah.
that light of hope. So that is why we should not dream of going into, I don't know, political contest, the partisan and all that. So since you are with Okia Umtata, please
Yeah.
kindly advise him, our senior brother, and as our father. Tell
Yeah.
him to regain his consciousness and evoke the spirit of revolutionary. Let's first push William Ruto by revolution, then later now. Of course, later, when William Ruto is left, of course, we believe in Okia Umtata. We don't have problem with him, but let him not divert us now, not unless we will begin to doubt him. Because anybody that want to divert our attention and tell us that 2027, we see him also that is siding with oppressor, because we cannot dance to the tune of oppressor. That is the reality on the ground. William Ruto, that now, even as things are hot like this, he continue abducting and kidnapping and killing people, and he behave as if nothing is going on. Do you think he's someone that will just surrender the power? So
Nah.
you should let Okia Umtata know that power is not given, power is taken. So if he really wants to take this thing, he should come during the revolution, and then we will take the power as per Constitution Chapter 1. Then now we will give him.
Yeah. So you would vote for him if everything went your way and you got the revolution you want. When it's not time to build everything from the ashes, you that's someone you would support.
What did you say?
I said, okay, so let's say once you get the revolution you wanted, and now it's now time to build Kenya from the ground. Is that someone you'd vote for now?
For me, I would say just the way Fabish is saying. There is no time for us to choose a leader currently. This is the time for us to have a, a revolution. It is time
Yeah.
for us to look at the systems, because even if we have a president, even if we say Okia Umtata becomes president, our systems are still corrupt. Look at the current finance bill. The court, the stupid Supreme Court, has just said it is okay for it to carry on. It's as if the 60 plus people who died meant nothing to this Supreme Court. It's as if the people who went out, the Occupy Parliament, was nothing. And this is one of the reasons why Ruto said the case to be taken to the Supreme Court. So currently, we really don't have a country. We really don't have nobody. We have nobody on our side. People are being abducted. People are being killed. Currently, the news that is circulating on socials and security apparatus, they're saying they are removing even your eyes, because apparently the technology has evolved to an extent. Even the last thing that you see when you die is something that can be detected. So these killers are doing what? Wanakuchukua, they are taking out your eyes before they kill you, so that your eyes cannot remember what you saw. So we really need to be vigilant within ourselves and find out how to hold this thing and people accountable, because tukianza kusema sijui Okiya Mtata, tuanze kusema sijui nani, our own selves, and this is
I agree with
exactly
you, Yash,
what these people.
Yasa, because we don't have problem with Okiya Mtata. Is actually one we had said that we are draining the swamp, but Okiya Mtata, we have benefit of doubts for him. We have a soft spot on him, even
Yeah.
though we are draining the swamp, but we see that we can filter him and put in a fresh water in the swamp. But let him choose sides. Let him stand with the revolution. Awache mambo ya ndoto ya mchana kusema sijui twende constitution, sijui chukweni ID. No, awachane na mambo ya political parties, akuje kwanza kwa revolution.
I have a question though. If you looked at the InfoTrack poll, it showed that yes, okay, Gen Z is leading, but we only have 23%. And part of a revolution involves support from the population. If Gen Z is only polling us 23%, how are you going to address that?
Now, first, these are the things that I call it, I use even a very vulgar language. I will say
Yeah.
those are bullshits. Those InfoTrack, we know from beginning, uh, for them to conduct that kind of project, they must
Yeah.
be funded. We know people that they have been playing with those InfoTracks. This is not the first time giving those funny figures. Do you know how many times InfoTrack put Raila even almost 70%? Do you know? So we cannot, you see the voices of Kenyans and you are saying that the InfoTrack. Okay, let me ask you, have you ever
Yes.
been interviewed by the InfoTrack? You as a person.
No.
Where are they getting their statistics? Me, since they start, I've never been interviewed. I don't know, Yasa. Have you ever been interviewed by InfoTrack?
I have never been
So,
interviewed, and this has always been porojo happening everywhere, because statistics, we all know statistics has never been accurate. But Wasomi have always tried to use statistics as the main issue. Look at the previous impeachment of this DP Gashagwa. Everyone was against it, but when it was being presented in parliament, it was like members, people were 64% who supported the initiative. So this is just bullshit, and we need to really wake up. We really need to wake up and stop using the issues of statistics, but reality, because reality is killing us. People are going hungry, but we have statistics. People don't have money, but when you look at statistics, it is telling you a Kenyan makes 400 shillings a day. There are people who make 0 cent in a day. people, youths who have brains, youths who have gone to school, but there is no job opportunity. So statistics can never be put in these issues of revolution. We need to make sure that everybody comes out and listens to the facts that are happening outside there. We need political education. People need to understand what is the role of the MCAs. Who are these people who voted for the MCAs? What is within the server of IEBC? Those kuras that were stolen years ago, we need to find out. Historical injustices has to be addressed. All these things are not statistics, because when we move around issues of statistics, tutakuwa tunajidanganya sana, especially now that the courts has really, it's like they have completely ignored the maandamano that took place. It's like they didn't, it's not important. It has of no use. The people coming out, over 100,000 people coming to Nairobi to reject BBI, is it called finance bill? And then the courts are like, there was sufficient public participation. What is public participation, if I may ask you? Is it public participation just coming to inform you and telling you about something, and that's the end of the day? I don't think that is public participation. Public participation ni kukuja, tuelezee, tukusikize, tuafikiane, tukubaliane. Si eti wewe ndo unakuja kutuambia what is next. We have a conversation together.
Yeah.
So just lastly, the issue of Okia Omtata, we have to make sure everyone speaks the same language. We have to make sure everyone does the same thing. There's no story in A, B, or
Yes,
C.
and then Yasa, what I want to tell you, Arvin,
Yeah.
just be a nice messenger.
Yeah.
Don't come here to defend Omtata in the trajectory that he's taking, because we are not even interested, as we are determined to continue with revolution. So this is just a simple message that we just pass to him. It is up to him to take sides. If you want to continue with the Infotrack, then he can continue. Infotrack will vote for him. But for us, we don't care about Infotrack. We don't care about the shenanigans of the 2027 election. What we know is that power is taken. And under the Constitution, Chapter 1, we are going to take the power back to the people. And then from there, we can decide who we want to donate that power to. So this is just a message. If you really love Okia Omtata, as you said, and you're working with him, just take this message. It is up to him to make decision. We are not forcing him, after all. So if you think that he want to believe more on the statistics, he can continue. Then we will see. But for us, but then you have to make wise decision, because either he stand with us now or never. Because after we fight, anybody that was not with us, let him hold his peace forever.
Yeah.
So that is simple message. Just pass that message. Tell him that from one group, these are what Kenyans were saying. So it depends with him, to make a decision. We cannot decide for him. We ourselves, we already made our decision that revolution is the only way to remove William Ruto from power. He cannot continue killing people, abducting people. No. He's not our God.
Yeah.
And Okia Omtata himself, the power that he has been getting is from the judiciary. Now, judiciary has showed us the middle finger. Judiciary has showed us the middle finger. So I don't know even now, where will Okia Omtata be relying on? Because he have always relied on going to the court, to the judiciary, to fight for this and that. But now, he was among the people that they petitioned about the finance bill 2023.
That's true.
Yes. So let him understand. That's what I keep on saying, that yes, I know when we talk of revolution, many people are not comfortable maybe to discuss this topic, but there is no other option.
Yeah.
Even us, we would like a soft way. Everyone want a soft life. If there was a soft way that we can regain our country, from the comfort of our homes. Everybody would love that. But now we are left with no option. That is the reality. Saa zingine lazima ufanye maamuzi.
Yeah,
We have been pushed.
Yeah.
Tumekanyagwa shingo ya kutosha. And there is no other option. Tumejaribu all options. Judiciary ndio ilikuwa kidogo tu ndio tegemeo letu, but now wametuonyesha, wametupatia kidole. Sasa tufanyeje tena? And this is good message. Kwanza, personally, I am happy for what judiciary did today. So that wale watu ambao wana hold hizi ma spaces kubwa kubwa na kujita bigwigs na kuleta sijui ma PhD holders sijui ma professor what and telling us about constitutionalism. Now tell me why are you taking that to your constitutionalism?
Yeah.
The parliament that was supposed to exercise that constitutionalism washaingia kwa mfuko. Judiciary nao ndio hao washatokomea. Sasa constitutionalism yako unataka kupeleka wapi? So watu wakuje kwa street, we want to see if really Okiya Omtatah want to help us and fight for this country. It should be at the forefront pamoja na sisi kwa street. That is the message utampelekea. Anytime that we call to the street, Okiya Omtatah akuje mbele.
Yeah.
If Okiya wants sisi to trust more, this finance bill, hii finance act ni constitutional kulingana na courts. He needs to bring masses now to make sure that tunaenda streets again, because this is like we are being fooled. It's like hizo efforts zote zenye we made, all the efforts that we made was out of vain. Watu wote wazazi ambao wanalia their kids who were killed, it was all in vain. Everyone who was thinking finance bill imedunda, what is the next step? Unaenda kukuwa na new developments. There's no increasing of oil from 8% to 16%, but it's going to be increased. The salaries, kila mtu, the increment of taxes, it's going to be increased. So everything that happened on 25th of June, it is like nothing happened. So it is high time to scare what he and other, when you wanajiita the so-called leaders, tuone what they are going to say about this issue, because hii ni upuzi tunaletwa, hii ni upuzi. We can't be depending on a Supreme Court. We cannot be depending on a court na inakuja inatu disappoint like this. We already disappointed by the executive. We already disappointed by the other side, the parliament. Senate ni recommenders only. Senate cannot do much as the MPs can do. So hizi zote ni upuzi tunafanyishwa. There is IEBC, reconstitution of IEBC haija happen, but imesaidia Kindiki to be taken as DP, unaona, and then haiwezi favor the recalling of MPs ambao tuna feel they have failed in terms of giving to the community, giving to our Kenya. Adani ndio hiyo tumekuwa tumefurahia hapo hivi, because the court said there are very crucial areas and things that they are going to discuss about the Adani and the airport. But looking at how the finance bill has been handled, jamani, hapa tunapelekwa mbali sana. We are being taken as kids. This is high time we need to make sure that the constitution, it's nothing without the voices of Kenyans. Sisi ndio tuna derive these issues. Bill Gates and Melinda Foundation has been given free immune. Yani, these people can have an opportunity to go to Kwale County and say, wale wase 500 tunataka kwa inject kwa kitu fulani, we want to do some laboratory tests, and we don't have a right to say no. Mazee tunabeba ufala. Things are not working. Things are taking. Kuna quote, kuna msee anasema, we used to be thinking that Uhuru Kenyatta never hajafanya kazi, because Ruto couldn't have been president. He would have thought, ule msee angekuwa ni msee mnoma, lakini ameingia in this power. You've seen what is happening. We've seen what is happening from the opposition. Opposition are more about power than the reality of Kenyans dying. Help ndo hii haifanyi. Ndo hii lecturers have striked. The NHIF or SHA Twitter jana imekuwa trending so much. People are being paid 500 watrendishe SHA, lakini ukiangalia in news people are dying, watu wanasema venye SHA is not working. So this is the time and we need to go back to the street. This is the time we need to ask ourselves, did those people, did those Kenyans who died, wase wenye wako crippled sahi, if anyone has watched Citizen, kuna people who are crippled now.
Sauti yako imeenda chini hasa.
Kuna people, sijui kama mnanisikia?
Yeah, now uko sawa.
Yeah, kuna watu ambao wana majeraha from the police brutality, from the shootings up to now. Maybe they were the breadwinners in their families. Now they have to depend on other people. We need to ask ourselves, manze, what is happening and how do we protect Kenyans? How do we protect ourselves from this impunitive regime? Abductions left, right, and center. Aoko is going missing. We don't even know where she is. You come up with an idea, they come and break you down. Kulikuwa na Occupy stand chat, lakini kumekuwa na breakdown. Everything is just turning out to be a mess. We need to reconstitute ourselves, manze, and ask ourselves, what do we need? The next step ni gani? The courts that we were depending on, itakuwa tu inasaidia on the which issues umeshikwa, lawyers have come, they've talked about your issue, you've been released. But big issues like the Adani deals, like the lands that Bill Gates is planning to buy in Kenya, those are things that we're not discussing. The historical injustices and the lands that Kenya national lands imepeana zenye watu wanafaa kurudishiwa, they're not being talked about. Lakini unakuja unapata other people who are developers, they are given land without any justification. I rest my case.
Thank you. Yes, thank you everyone that is joining this space. I think all of us, we are observing what is happening in our country. The hope, our last hope that we have been holding on, the judiciary. Today, the Supreme Court of Kenya, they have decided to show us a middle finger. Kenyans, we are by ourselves. Hakuna tena mtetezi. Ndio mjue kwamba ni wakati wa sisi wenyewe kujitokeza na kupigania haki yetu. Hii si mambo na mchezo tena. Ruto has turned to be something else. Now he's working with foreigners after amechukua all arms of government akaweka mfukoni. Sasa ameamua kuwa sasa tena anafanya kazi hata na US. Juzi tulimwona amelete mkubwa wa the director of this US agency. We don't know the plan they are having. Now we see how things are unfolding. The people that we lost in June 25, ile majeraha tulipata, everything has been watered down. Everything is coming back to life. If you are working, ujue kwamba sasa utabaki tu na karatasi payslip while Ruto anachukua the loot. Yesterday, I was privileged. Someone sent me a payslip for police. In that rank, I think one that I think is the lowest. Alikuwa analipwa 52,000. After all the deduction, he was left with, I think, 24,000. Those are the people even fighting us on the streets. And now that the court now has sanitized that finance bill, they are going even to deduct more. We are not talking of the killings and abductions. Folks, it is enough. Enough of the content creators. Tukuje tudanganyane, tubembelezane huku kwa spaces, tukirambarambana. Enough. We have to do action. If we fail now, we are going to regret for even the next 100 years. So we want to call everyone. We want to call all Kenyans. Please, let's share this space. DM kila mtu ambao unamjua. Tuma hata kwa WhatsApp. That is why tunasema watu kama kina Okiya Mtata, if you really want to stand with us, tumekuwa tunaona kwamba unatupigania, but come and join the movement. Come and join the movement. Be at the forefront. So we are now starting to march 11/11/2024. This will be our picking. Abductions kila siku. Na tunanyamaza tu. We have tweeted and retweeted. Tumefikisha almost 100 million tweets about Mavi Kaoko. But the government is showing us middle finger. Almost 100 million. How many voices does the government need? In Kenya, we are even 55 million. But we have surpassed twice the number of our population. And you're telling me that government cannot listen to this? So we don't, nimekuwa nikisema from beginning, we are at war. This regime is fighting us. This is all definition of a country that is at war. So, hatuna any other option. It is something that I know it is uncomfortable to talk about, to discuss. It is something that maybe we are not comfortable to face. Everyone wants a soft life. Hata mimi, ningeweza kubadilisha nchi nikiwa nimekaa kwa kochi yangu. Ningetaka hivyo. But now, we are left with no other option. We have to march. We have to redeem this country. Kila mtu hapa amekuwa affected. No one is safe. No one is safe. If you are a Kenyan living in Kenya or Kenyan living in diaspora, you are all not safe. So, please, share the space in your DMs, in your WhatsApp group, in your Telegram groups, you know, even to your family members. Let's come and discuss. Let's have collective voices. Let's begin to do actions. Tutoke kwa DM wale watu ambao wanaingia kwa hizo spaces za content creators. Tuachane na huko. Na nakuja kila siku tukidiscuss. I don't know, today, shisha, sijui kesho, adani, sijui nini. Tuachane na hizo. Let's have solution now. Tuache sasa mambo ya porojo, mambo ya content creating. Tuachane nayo. Mambo ya sijui this political party, sijui this one. Sijui Raila AU, sijui nini. Tuachane na hizo. Let's face the reality. Let's face the reality. Let's not run away from the truth. We either decide to face it. It will be difficult. It will be noisy. It will be messy. It will have casualties. But at the end of the day, we will get our glory. We will get our country back. Doc, then tuende kwa Rurigi. So let's continue sharing the space. And please request the mic. Let's amplify the voices. Doc, then Rurigi. Doc, you are not ready? Okay, Rurigi, open your mic. Doc, Rurigi?
Fabish, give me 5 minutes.
Okay. Doc, are you ready? Kumbukeni, kindly request the mic. We want to hear. Wangwa Makeri, a freedom fighter. Thank you so much for joining space. Request the mic. Isaac, son of Fate. Ronald.
What if let me ask a quick question while we wait for Ruriki to you.
Go ahead.
Okay, so during like discussions I've had with other major people in the movement, one question I asked was the army and the police about the army and the police. And one thing one person told me was that yes, they are members of the police and the army that want to stand with the Gen Z, but due to matters like, for example, their training and how they've been groomed, they only they feel like they will only get involved once they find uh, someone they can rally behind. Like they can once they see a leader and a structure, that's when they're more willing to take the risk. Similar to what happened in was it Egypt as well? So my question to you is, what do you think about that?
That is a very good question. What we need to do is let's be serious in our revolution. When tukifika 1 million people ambao tuna march, if army are called to the street, army, they are always standing with the country and with the people. They cannot stand with an individual no matter what. Katika nchi zote ambazo zimefanyika, hata Sudan hapa al-Bashir, wakati watu walimarch, wakajaa, polisi wakajaribu kuwa watu wapi, army came and side with the people. Army, they will always side with the people. But army cannot just come and overthrow the government. No, because it will be the people revolution. Then army, they don't have choice but to join with the people. So ile kitu iko ni kuwa, yes, of course, we have a lot of people working in this regime. They are not comfortable. Kwani nafikiri hawa watu wote wanakatwa pesa? They are suffering like us. They are not comfortable. But they cannot initiate anything because they have taken the oath. Lakini watu when people stamp authority and voice out and come out, you will see them. That is 100%, you will see them. Tangu tuanze hii movement, we have seen some people sending us message anonymously, giving us information. We are getting a lot of information, what is happening. For sure, we are getting a lot of information. Credible information. Yes, Rurigi, are you ready now? Then you go to Kumbukeni.
Yes, but just briefly. Thank you, Fabish. Thank you, Kumbukeni, Ivan. I think somebody from the space, Wagwa Makeri, was in another space I was this morning, just before this. Well, it's afternoon for me too. So we discussed this idea about what? I don't want to call it militant. Revolutions are what, Fabish? There is a people revolution and there is a military revolution. What is it what we are going for? Anyway.
What we are going to is people's revolution. Of course, it's people's revolution.
So we are
then
going for people's revolution, but with an armed wing. That's what we agreed. We cannot continue just demonstrating on the streets while we are facing the butcher of Sugoi. So we have to have our own protection force. So one point, I'm trying to organize Bart to go somewhere, but I'll just take 3 minutes once I'm well organized. I just wanted to say somebody there, that question that they asked, very good question as you said, but we need to strategize. We cannot lay everything out here. It has to be, first you have to have a VPN, and eventually we need to find a deep web way of communication. So that's what I've told the other space. There are people willing to join the movement. So I told them to DM me, and we are going to DM the coordinators. So Fabish, who was it that was asking for us to sign up by saying a yes? I couldn't remember.
By saying a what?
Yeah, by writing to them a DM saying yes, that we are ready to join. There is a lady, can't remember, you held space with her, she was, I think, your co-host.
Oh, was it Wanjiru?
Either Wanjiru or one of the ladies. But anyway, the point is, we need actually to form that movement officially. As you have said, revolution calling 1111, enough of content, whatever, that's the message I was preaching on the other side. People are there saying, oh, with KOT Sonko. I saw you there briefly also, Fabish. So without trying to spill the beans, the attitude of people is content creation. And also there's a group of people, like one lady I love so much called Redempta. Redempta is among the family of Mr. This Kamba hero that was with Kenyatta during the Kapenguria 7. What was this? Paul Gay is from that family. But she was saying, oh, we need actually to not expose everything, which is true. But also, it is not time for anything violent. You cannot tell the government that is planning to do this thing, because now they consider you a militant organization and they can clamp down on you on that aspect. So there's all this drama going on, but I agree with you, Fabish. No more content creation. Let's go for the kill. We are facing a killing, a lion that has already killed. You think it will spare you? Yeah. So I think we need to get up. And I'll say that for now, because I'm doing something which is preventing me from concentrating. Therefore, I will be back shortly, but that would be my 5 cents for now.
Yeah, thank you so much. Calvin.
Yes,
Calvin,
sir.
yes. How are you?
Okay, good evening. I'm very okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I wish to thank all of you on this issue of revolution, because this place where we are not feeling anything which can satisfy us. We don't see anything. So what I can say is this: when you are going for a war, you must be ready for that war, and you don't fear anybody. And as a patriot, you are not allowed to beg anybody. We don't beg anybody. There is no need of begging President William Ruto, because President William Ruto has taken this country for granted. He has taken all machineries. He has taken all resources from wananchi. And then some people are saying that when you are going for demonstration, you must beg. My friend, mapambano ni mapambano. Pahali huko lazima ukae mkakamavu kama mwanaume kama mwanamke. Maana mtu ambaye tunaenda kukutana na yeye ni mtu ambaye ni amesha kuwa gaidi. Unaona, mimi kwa hii wall hakuna hata ninaficha jina langu. Mimi ananijua. Mimi nilikuwa kiongozi wa Mawego National Polytechnic, na sisi tumejua kitu ambayo inaitwa patriot, na mimi ni patriot na siogopi mtu, siogopi hata matako ya mtu. Mtu akifanya unyama, hiyo ni unyama. Kwa hivyo chenye mimi nasema ni hivi: wanaume ambayo wamemea ndefu na wanawake ambayo wameweka skate na kichwa ambayo inatakikana, nataka niwaambie hivi: hii kitu unasema 11 on 24th. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be. Kwa sababu ni hii. Muliona yale yalifanyika kwa Boniface Mwangi. Muliona ile kitu ilifanyika kwa Morara Kibaso. Muliona hii system ambayo wanachukua the former opposition leader Raila Odinga wameweka kwa box. Munaona hii kitu inafanyika, kila mtu anafanya kazi kwa ofisi ya State House na hatuoni ukweli. Munaona hii ukora ambayo inafanyika, ukarabati ya ukora ambayo Rigathi ako na upande hii na Ruto na kuna upande huu, na wakati wakalikuwa pamoja hawako wanatuzana. Sasa wanatuzana. Hii mchezo inafaa ishe. Mandugu zangu, mimi nataka niwaambie kitu moja. Mimi nataka nikuambia kitu moja, maana mimi nimeshapiga vita vingi. Mtu ambaye anapiga vita haogopi mtu, lakini unaheshimu mtu. Unaheshimu mtu lakini usiogope mtu. Mwenye unafaa kuogopa ni Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye amekupatia uhai na yote ambayo unaweza fanya kwa hii Kenya. Huyo maana hii Kenya si ya mtu. Kwa hivyo naomba hivi, katiba inaenda kubadilishwa. Hatujakata katiba inaenda kubadilishwa. Kuna vipengele vingine ambaye tutakaa chini tutasema haitabadilishwa kwa katiba. Mimi kama patriot kwa hii Kenya nimeshatengeneza proposal yangu ya katiba vile itakuwa. Vijana wanafaa wekwe kwa katiba ili katiba yetu isaidie sisi. Sio mambo ya kuongeza uongozi. Uongozi sijui hii na hii na hii. Hatuna pesa ya kuharibu mandugu zangu. Muliona ile ilifanyika, sijui msichana mwingine akapotezwa hapo na wakora wamepoteza na huyu msichana. Alafu wengine bado wanasema ati kama tunaenda kwa barabara ati lazima unabeg nani? Kwani unabeg hao ni Mungu unabeg hao? Wakati hao wanaua wenzao, hao ni binadamu. Hao wanaona hao ni wanyama. Mimi nimekasirika zaidi hata wakati walikuwa wanasema ati vijana wa majenzi wameenda barabara. Mmoja alijitokeza, yeye alikuwa majenzi, alikuwa anaitwa ule sijui Samuel Makaure. Anatoka late kama vitu vimesharibika, ati anatoka ni majenzi. Huyo ningekuwa karibu na huyu ningepiga hata makofi. Ningepiga makofi vibaya sana. Mnanisikiza? Ningepiga mtu kama huyo makofi kabisa, maana hiyo ni mchezo. Watu wakisatoka wameenda kwa vita, hakuna haja unaweka watu kwa nyuma alafu unafanya vitu vyako alafu unasema wewe ndio sasa kiongozi wa majenzi. Sisi tumechoka kabisa, tutaki mchezo. Hii Kenya hatutaki mchezo, hii Kenya ni yetu. Na mwenye anafikiria hii Kenya ni yake, atajua juu hii si Uganda. Hii ni Kenya ambayo ni yetu sisi sote. Kwa hivyo kama wewe uko hapo, wewe ni mwanaume, wewe ni mwanamke, hapana ogopa mtu. Hii space tutaongea hapa na inafanya wewe kama chairman organize pali watu watakutana na tuketi chini na tuzungumze, tujue huyu ni nani na huyu ni nani. Wakati na tutengeneze kitu ambayo inaonekana. Maana mimi naenda kusimama West Nyakachi Ward na party ambayo bado sijajua. Nataka mtengeneze party chap chap. Hatutaki mchezo hapa. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki. Tumechoka na upumbavu mingi sana. Sasa nimechoka mimi na kunywa tu maji yangu hapa na pumzika kidogo. Nimechoka na Wakenya. Masetani ni mingi sana kwa hii Kenya. Asanteni sana.
Asante. There is a message from Oletunda. Oletunda, thank you so much. God bless you. What you are thinking is right. Sio tu kwamba you are overthinking. We know all these things. And I want to put it clear. Hata si kitu ya kusema siri. Government is trying to play with our minds. Wanakuja NIS, wanatafuta kesi wenyewe wanapeleka kotini. Ili hao watu ambao wanapeleka kesi kotini wanakuja kudivert our attention tukifikiri kwamba wako pamoja na sisi. Now in these spaces we know them, we know by their names, we know by their character, by the looks, vile wanaongea, vile wanatembea, vile wanafanya, they resemble the oppressor. We know them, we know you. Ni venye tu huwa tunanyamaza. So when you are in these spaces, just always pay attention. The government agencies holding the spaces, talking, like, behaving as if they are talking against the government. But whenever you want to catch them, anytime that you talk something ambao unajua, it hits, they will deviate you, they will start by, bringing you to constitutionalism, to tell you that they are aligned with the regime, with the oppressor. We know you, but you cannot betray us forever. The movement ikishika momentum, tutadil na oppressor na tutadil pia na collaborators. You cannot be at the fence. Stand in one side. The thunder of the movement tukituma ikupige, tunajua inapiga wapi. Don't confuse our thunder. Kumbukeni. Are you okay now? Kumbukeni.
Nilikuwa natagawa ma criminal heads kina Kamala Harris, Trump, Black Caucus na Jill Stein. Kamala Harris, Trump, Jill Stein are all three candidates running for president. I don't see Democrats, I don't see Republicans, I don't see whatever nonsense name they have associated with them. I see imperialist wote. So nikawatag wote niwaulize mnadu nini juu ya hii story inaendelea, mnadu nini juu ya Blinken. Blinken just put out a statement either yesterday or today that apparently they're going to restrict visas from Ghana for those who are undermining democracy. If there's anyone undermining democracy today, it's the fucking United States government.
Yes, and that's what is CIA doing in our
Wow,
country. CIA wanakuja kufanya nini? These are the jurisdiction.
Kwa hivyo exactly, and Black Caucus are supposed to be standing for Black people. So for those of you when you're in the diaspora, this is what we're going to do. Tutaanza kutuma mabarua Black Caucus. What are you doing about the impunity in Kenya? Why is the CIA operating in Kenya? What, like, publicly? Isn't there quiet suruali publicly? Kila mtu anaona suruali imetolewa, hata kuja aseme ati ulimpiga, hata kuja aseme ulimfanya hivi, kila mtu anaona ulimfanya nini. So it's a story outside of what everyone saw. That's the good thing about the public part. So I agree some things must be done behind closed doors, lakini hii strategy ya kuconfront must be public. Twende to tag Black Caucus, mnafanya nini juu ya impunity iko Kenya na ina na watu wengi, kwa sababu na mnaweka picha. Angalia Doi Ruto ana meet na CIA. Kama Ruto ana meet na CIA, what are you Black Caucus doing? Mbona abductions zinaendelea? And then the other thing, kwa ile nilikuwa kwa space ya KOT, nilikuwa nataka kuzungumza hapo, lakini nitazungumza hapa because it still applies. The movement is one, doesn't matter what space you're in. Kuna mtu alikuwa akiuliza ati why don't we have the momentum?
Calvin, kindly mute your mic.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Ilikuwa mimi Fabi,
Okay,
pole, I'm
okay.
traveling.
Yeah.
So pole. So alikuwa anauliza why don't we have the momentum we had on the 26th of June? We don't have the momentum, like, saa zingine maswali zingine, and I'm not trying to make everyone feel stupid, saa zingine maswali zingine are very frustrating, honestly, and it's hard for someone like me who's trying to think critically to not say to you, kwani hiyo ni swali ya aina gani? If people go to the streets na wanauliwa, unadhani watataka kwenda tena kwa street? Seriously? Unajiuliza momentum inaenda wapi na unaona watu wanauliwa? People have fear, people don't have protection. Kwa hivyo it makes sense that watu hawatokei venye walikuwa wametokea because juu hawataki kuja kuchukuliwa nyumbani. So now the question is, kwa sababu watu wako na uoga, how will we help them overcome that fear? Tutafanya nini sisi? Na mimi niko huku, najua vizuri sana nikiland airport saa hii ninashikwa mimi. I know that for a fact. But I am a warrior in the movement and I'm not going to make that move. Mimi nishikwe na sisaidii kwa movement. So what can I do ndio nisishikwe na movement ya picture? Maybe I'll post it on my timeline. Alikuwa anajua anafuatwa na CIA. Lakini alienda akapindua nywele, akapindua uso, akapindua yani beard. We have to start. Alikuwa na travel, hawajui ni yeye. Unamuona hata hujui ni yeye. To the point where walikuwa kwa meeting na mtu alikuwa anamjua. Na huyo mtu anauliza, Sheikh Vera atakuja saa ngapi? Na yuko hapo tu anacheka. Kila mtu anacheka until Sheikh Vera wakaja kumjokia, wakamwambia ni mimi, ndio akajua ni yeye. So we have to start thinking about this. Kama Kenya kumepambana na wewe ni freedom fighter and we can't afford to lose you. Enda mahali pengine. I'm not going to name specific countries. And with the work that we are going to do, we will figure out what we are going to do. Kwa sababu we have a head start now. Now maybe it might mean retreating so that we can recoup and build up and then come out. Because they have a head start on us. Hatuna guns, hatuna distribution ya guns, hatuna technology. Because one of the things we can do, by the way, and I will say this in an open space, but mimi sina shida ya kusema, is find a way of sabotaging their technology. Simu zao haziwezi cooperate, hawezi sikizana, iwe tumeblock sisi wenyewe tu. Kuna mahackers ambao ni revolutionary, to find a way of hacking them, system yao to shut down. I really don't care about anyone hearing me say that, kwa sababu mnachukua maisha yetu, and that's why I'm tagging Kamala Harris, Donald Trump na Jill Stein. Mtatua until lini? Na tunakaa sisi ni wapumbavu, watu tunasema ati democracy. Mnakuja mnasema huyo Blinken anasema ati anakataza watu kuingia US ati juu ya inhibiting democracy, na ni yeye mwenyewe anaingia, na sisi tunakaa tunazubaa, tunanyamaza. Seriously, until when will we continue with the upside down world? So enough is enough. Waniue, wanichukua niweke kwa prison mami yake, lakini mimi sitanyamaza. Na sitakaa hapa nikikaa kama mjinga ati ninasema kila kitu iko sawa na kila kitu haiko sawa. I'm almost losing my mind. Rubbish.
Yes, kumbukeni. Ile kitu iko ni kuwa we are all conscious that Ruto ameshikana na the West. We don't know actually the agenda that is driving at. These people, they are part of the problem that we are facing. And that is why tunajua kutuletea CIA. Yani, you know, it is even funny. Unaleta CIA and yet abductions and killings na ambao mnajifanya kuwa nyinyi ni government na hamwezi kuinvestigate. You know, so what does that tell us? Ikiwa mnaleta baka CIA na huwezi kujua nani wanatukidnap, nani wanatua, what does that tell us? So it is you. Si tunajua kwamba CIA America ndio wanatumiwa kufanya the dirty deals. Because the federal police cannot be used to do the dirty deals. So CIA operatives ndio wanafanya those dirty deals. It is out there in public domain. And they are everywhere. Na hiyo sasa ndio Ruto ana apply. Those rogue police ambao wanafanya under Joseph Boynet, some of them are agents of the CIA. NIS, wengi wao ni agents of the CIA. Kwa hivyo wamekuja wametuonyesha sasa waziwazi. Lakini uzuri na kuambia, we as the people, we have the power to redeem our country. If we mobilize ourselves very well. Yes, kumbukeni.
And I'm going to say this publicly. Nilipokuwa nafanya kazi na Wakenya wengine at the beginning of all of this, niliwajulisha nilipokuwa nafanya kazi huku, and they judged me by it. Nilikuwa nafanya kazi na hao watu, so I know how they operate. I know how the FBI works in Kenya. Najua vile CIA wanafanya kazi Kenya. So nilikuwa nafanya kazi na wao. I was working for the US government. Kwa hivyo nikikuja hapa na waambia ati hivi ndivyo wanafanya. Hao watu wanajua venye CIA wanaua. Wanajua. Na wanafanya kazi na DCI. Wanafanya kazi na, by the way, hao wa Kenya, DCI, ATCU, whatever name it, au wote wanafanyiwa training US. Wanaendanga training US. Hizo ma undercover tactics wanafunzwa na US. Kwa hivyo, that guarantee 100% is the involvement. Tuko na evidence ya involvement ya US is the point. Na ndio mtakuja mniambie you can't say this in this space, but I will say it. Sababu ndio ukweli. Na kwa sababu wengi wenyu mmepumbazwa, mmefungwa macho, hamwamini that what we are telling you is true. So sometimes it takes one of us coming to tell you, I was with them before and I know how they move. Mtu alikuwa akiuliza ati what will trigger the movement. Na kuna mtu huku US hata alikuwa anauliza what will trigger the movement. And it's so sad kwa sababu wengi wetu wanakufa. Kama kifo ya watu haitrigger movement, it is very, very sad. Na kuna mtu huku US alisema maybe it will take another enslavement of our people to trigger the movement. And it is, I don't want to wait for that. For us to be enslaved, that ndio mtaamka nyinyi wajinga. Seriously. Mimi sasa nitaanza kuwaita wajinga kwa sababu kama watu wengi wanauliwa na mnaendelea kukaa kama kila kitu iko sawa, sisi ndio wajinga. And sometimes wale ambao mtakaa muulize dem anakuja anasema ati alikuwa anafanya kazi na watu kwani ni undercover. Enda muangalie The Spook Who Sat on the Door. Hiyo ni movie kwa available YouTube. The Spook Who Sat on the Door. Kuna wengi wetu ambao tumefanya kazi na publisher, nawaambia kuna mtu alimtumia ninio paycheck jana. Publisher alisema aka-announce wale ambao mko kwa hizi spaces lakini nyinyi ni wazalendo, tupatieni information. So that's the strength of having someone who has been in those spaces. Atawaambia exactly how it works. Na sijali wakinisikia hapa, sijali. Na wajua wote. So the level of revolution we have to get to, when you know we are close to contemplating the national need to get. Tuendelee Sadi.
Asante. Yes, as we are going on and the 20 kwa Hummingbird, please, Kenyans, if you are in this revolution, stay away from Safaricom. Safaricom wao ndio wanachangia pakubwa sisi kuwawa. Please, if you can, don't use Safaricom. There are other available options. Please, let's boycott Safaricom, not only for sabotaging, but that is also a good thing to sabotage. Part of sabotaging this regime, because these are people that they are sponsoring and funding. But for our safety, stay away from Safaricom. Don't use their internet. Hata kama labda wewe unatumia sababu ya M-Pesa, lakini don't use for the internet. Please, that's what I'm begging you, as the movement now is getting momentum. Everyone who has been traced and tracked and abducted and kidnapped, it was by Safaricom. They are the one giving out our data and our information. Yes, Hummingbird. Go ahead.
Yeah. I hear you, Rurigi. Yeah. As of right now, I'm using Airtel network. Cannot risk being part of this shit. So kuna udem fulani anaitwa sijui kumbukeni, amesema FBI na CIA wako kwa hii ngori, they're involved in this story, and I'm very sad by the way, because the amount of resources watu wako nayo, these guys have technology zenye hata ijareleasiwa kwa the consumers. These guys can tap into your phones even without Safaricom. So hiyo story imenisalian sana kama ni ukweli hiyo story, and imenifanya nimekuwa na ile feeling ya impending doom, because as of right now government iko 10, si tuko 1. So my question, nilikuwa nimeuliza hii swali earlier, not in this space, in other space. What is the solution? What is our next move? Kwa sababu as much as we are talking, lazima tuongelele vitu kama strategy, our solution ndio important, si story mingi. Yeah, hiyo tu ndio nilikuwa nasema, kwa sababu solution is very important. It's very important. Tuwezi kuwa tunaongelea hapa X-Space ya for almost 2 hours na we don't know our next move. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. That is why tunasema kwamba this space will be a unique one. We will not just be ranting and looking for content. We are looking for solution. Solution number 1, tumesema kuwa the revolution ni lazima. Hatutaki tena kudanganya watu wetu na kujidanganya kwamba ati tunangoja 2027. Point number 2, the revolution can never be peaceful anymore, because William Ruto can never understand the language of peace. When we say it is not going to be a peaceful revolution, it doesn't mean kwamba we are going to attack our fellow citizens. No. But we are revolting in a way that we are going to protect ourselves, our community, and our people, so that we can continue agitating without always being sold fear. Those people that are abducting us, it is a time that we are going to unmask them and go for them. So we call upon everyone, those people that you are working in government and unajua kwamba this regime is an enemy of the people. We know kwamba ume take oath, and because ya kazi yako huwezi kuongea. We respect that, but we know you are with us. Kindly feed us with information, any information ambayo unajua kwamba itatusaidia. Feed us with those information. Send in our emails that we will be posting here. Send through our emails. You don't need to reveal yourself. Like some of you have been sending. Hata huyo moja alinitumia the payslip. Inatusaidia. We know what is happening. Please, those people ambao mumefanya cyber security, and if you have knowledge about the IT, please, we need to team up. We need to attack the system. Some of the system we need to attack ndio tuweze kujua what is happening inside there. And we have said we are going to be having a vigilante groups in every place, in every estate, in every village, in towns, in cities. Youths, that they will be protecting us against this illegal abduction and killings. So these are part of the raft solutions. So that tunaenda sasa aura to hora. That is it, because the government think that kwamba wakitumia fear, intimidation, killing, they are going to suppress our voices. But we have to show them that the people have the power. The people have the power. Miss Mureu.
Oh, yes. Hi, Fabish and the rest. Thank you so much for giving me this chance to speak. Now, nimekuwa nikisikiza, and Hamming has said that in as much as kuna CIA and they have got lots of things they can use, blah, blah, blah. I think we shouldn't give up. Tuko watu wangapi? Tuko a lot of people. All we need is to organize ourselves, and we can do this thing. Kwa sababu, remember the first, when it was done in June, how did people do it? They did it, and as of right now, ndio ushahidi imetoka kwamba CIA are in this, right? Kwa hivyo inamaanisha walikuwa even before, and still people did it in June. So we shouldn't give up at all, at all, at all. Also, I agree with you what you have been doing, what you have been saying all along, that aura for aura. Yeah, I've seen you joining other spaces. Na ukijaribu kusema hivyo, they are like, no, we want to go to court and this. So I was wondering, mbona wanasema hivyo? What is it in for them? Because it's obviously, these people, wenye wanasema we should go through the courts, blah, 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 there must be something, yeah, for them, yenye inasema wafanye hivyo. So, yeah, that's what I wanted to say. As soon nikikumbuka some other things, I'll speak. So I'll drop for now.
Yeah, hakuna kitu itatutisha, sio CIA, sio nini. Hii Kenya si ya CIA. Kenya ni ya wananchi. The only thing ambao beat this government is when we speak in one voice. Na tuamue, we have to make decision. Say enough is enough. Tuache mambo ya content, tuache mambo sijui ya kusema because of big week syndrome, tuache mambo ya nini. We have to face the reality. And we don't have any other option. We only have one country to fight for. Listen, welcome.
Hi, how are you doing? Fabish, good job. Now, I want to tell you guys something. This revolution is happening and it's starting on 11/11. The question of CIA and FBI, first of all, let me make it very, very clear. CIA is actually on our side, 60%. I want to confirm to you, I've just even talked to ambassador of one person, major person in European Union. They are very, very, very concerned about the abductions and what is happening in Kenya by the Ruto regime. All of them are already out of him. Take it from me, mi nawaambia ukweli, because I know and I cannot want my children or Gen Zs who are also part of my children to be worried about this kind of thing. The reason I'm telling you about CIA is because I know what is happening now. There's a counterterrorism unit which Ruto is desperate for, and because he wants a lot of money, and there's a lab they're trying to do, and majorly is counterterrorism that they're working on, because American interest on the east coast of setting up a military base in Mombasa is their top priority. They are very, very concerned because they have intelligence that a revolution is coming, and the Kenyan people are not happy. Some 40% of them are trying to see how they can salvage it, but it's not possible at this point where we are. Whether it's CIA or anybody else in the world, as long as your people domestically have refused you, you cannot be able to stop it. And I'll give you an example of what happened in Mali, Burkina Faso, and all those places where the French, who are part of also the information sharing and intelligence sharing with the CIA and all, even Mossad, have been defeated by young people, including Ibrahim Traore and others from Mali and Senegal. And in that region, you know how many revolutions happen. Because it's about self-determination, guys. It's about yourselves. Nobody can be able to command a country. Don't fear. Even here we had the British Empire. Kimathi Washiori started fighting when he was 30 years old. And he died at 38. But he was a field marshal with Baimungi. Those were very young people. And they caused the change that we're enjoying now. They chased away the British Empire with all their might and their guns. Fear not. The CIA are trying to help the regime. The regime is desperate. They are looking for American help desperately. But there's a problem. Because if Trump wins, they also know there's a problem. The Americans themselves, and I've been in touch with them, many of them, have enough problem domestically. Because CIA has tried to eliminate Trump, and they've been unable. And he might take over power from America. And there's going to be radical reform, including all those things we talk about CIA. Gentlemen, we have to protect yourself. The president and the police have said that the people who are abducting are not policemen. So we are taking it from them that these are organized vigilantes. Protect yourself. It is your right to protect yourself against any force with equal force. Use your feces. Women come with their tampons. Do anything. Rotten eggs. If you're going to the street, if you can get a pen knife, nail cutter knife, a chuma, anything to protect yourself. Don't go and handkerchiefs. Be there with whatever. Carry a boiled egg, a rotten egg. You can say if 20 of you threw to a battalion, and you'll be able to organize yourselves. We are in a warfare. We are not here for games. Nobody should sell fear to you. There's no any other superpower that they can impose. They have tried to impose Ruto through the electronic voting, but they cannot impose by the rule. Because they're bringing, they are anti-people, and they know very well that is how to even instigate regime change. America are very naughty in these kind of things. They bring you up through IMF, and then they start puncturing you slowly, so that you become a puppet. But because the Kenyans have refused to be puppets, Ruto has no option apart from going. So fear not, the Lord is with you, and you're winning this battle. Nobody can stop the sovereign power of the people anywhere in the world. I've given you good examples. The British Empire were the most sophisticated empire that has ever been. But we defeated them in a span of very many short years. When Akina Dedan Kimathi started the revolution in early 50s, by 1963 we were done with them. We didn't have arms, but we went for arms. They did not have telephones. They did not have a communication structure. They did not have to remove the British Empire. So fear not, guys. Soldier on. It's now an hour of doesn't have any good intention for you guys. You don't have a future. It's taken away. It's being stolen away. It's being mortgaged every day. Don't fear these globalists. They also know their time bad. They have tried with Russia, Ukraine, and they've been unable. Now they have opened another front in Israel and Palestine. They are struggling. Iran also is likely to go into this war, and they know they cannot be able to win on this one. But for Africa, don't be lied here. It's not about Gen Z here. The American interest is bigger than Ruto. And if as long as Ruto is betraying and killing people, America will never stand with any dictator of that caliber. Their interest is about the Somali border and protecting the Indian Ocean and the terrorism. And they are now going to be working to revive and forgive the debts of Somalia because it's so critical for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lights on.
Connection.
Yes, kumbukeni.
Unanisikia?
Yeah, tunakusikia. Karibia tu mic kidogo ndio kwe a bit.
Nipatie thumbs up. Asante. So here's my question. Listen, I don't know if you're my elder. I'm in my 40s. If you're my elder, I'll be respectful and say, listen. Here's my question. First of all, I know it was interesting listening to you because some of the things you're saying are valid, but some of the things that you're saying are very dangerous for a movement because they're misleading. The United States does nothing for us. The CIA is not for us. 100%. For those of you who don't know, Kumbukeni has several lessons, including one by their own former CIA agents, admitting that they're not for us. The only reason they're bothered now is because it is starting to affect the money. The multinationals has called the CIA and said, the money is being affected. We need you to step in. That's the only reason, not because of Kenya. They sit, in fact, the FBI is always angry at the CIA in Nairobi because CIA wanaua watu na kina ninio ni pamoja. Na CIA inaambia FBI, msiingilie, mnaharibu kesi yetu juu tuko na mtu yuko huko. Na FBI wanawaambia hapana, mnaua watu wacheni kuua. Na wanasema hapana, msiingilie. So they're not there for us, please. They're not, and if we're going to have a movement, lazima tujue ukweli. That's the reason I'm saying. I'm not telling you what I'm telling you for fear. Ninawaambia ndio mjue. You have to know your enemy if you're going to fight your enemy. Ukienda kufight enemy haujui, you don't know what tactics they use. That is a very unwise move. Because you will not see them coming. Lazima tuwajue. In fact, even civic education, sasa tuanze kufunza juu ya CIA na FBI, how they move. Na mercenaries, how they move. The reason Traore is doing well because he partnered with an enemy of the US, Russia. And he has been able to use their intelligence to stop 16, at least 16 attempts on his life. So it's not like CIA bado hawaendelei, wanajaribu kumchukua. Pamoja na, and if you think they operate by themselves, by the way, wanafanya kazi na wale wa British, wanafanya kazi na wale wa French, wanafanya kazi na wale wa Australia. Alafu kuna midgets everywhere else in these other small countries. Wote wanafanya kazi pamoja. Alafu it's very dangerous for someone to come here and say that they are for us. Because no, they are not. They are only worried now because it's starting to affect their pocket. But they're not for us. So to jue our enemy, we have to learn our enemy like we know the back of our hands. So moving forward, Fabish tutapata space, tutazungumza. That's one of the things to learn about them. Vitu ndio venye tutamove. To learn about them, wanakuanga wapi, wanaendanga wapi, restaurants zenye wanaendanga Nairobi, mahoteli zenye wanalalanga Nairobi, everything. Nilikuwa nasema UN haifai kwa inafanya function. Na najua, I'm saying this knowing very well. Naweza kuja hapa kuchukuliwa niambiwe ati I am interfering with democracy. Just sasa Blinken ashaanza. If you see him publicly speaking like this, that means they've already started moving behind closed doors. And I know very well I am risking coming to a picked up told I am interfering with democracy. But mimi sitakuwa part of the problem. Ati ninaona watu wanauliwa, ninaona watu wetu after learning about how they intentionally subjugate us, and kill us, alafu ninaendelea kusema ati nina uoga, nitauliwa. And I am a mother of 2, by the way. I know very well that the work that I'm doing is risking my children growing without me. I understand that. I know very well I am a woman. I'm risking being picked up and raped. Ninajua. Na sitaki, lakini it's not going to stop me. So listen, heshima, lakini in between with the US, their enemies. Hakuna in between. Kwa sababu kama wangekuwa watu wazuri wangekuwa washafanya kitu a long time ago. And by the way, ukisema ati Dedan Kimathi na Bamiungi walipigana nini, ndio walipigana, but even they said hawakupata kenye walikuwa wanapigania. Bamiungi venye Kenyatta alituuza, there is no liberation, hatukushinda. British has been there, wako bado. Mnasema mko na liberation na mna makazi kiminio na mwezi fanya ninio manufacturing kwa nchi yenu. Kwani nini wapumbavu na nini? Seriously, mmerogwa, hamuelewi, hamuoni? If you cannot operate sovereign as a sovereign nation, ni vipi mko na liberation? So even Babuingi went back to the forest after independence, so-called independence, akasema hatujapata kenye tulikuwa tunapigania, na Jomo Kenyatta akatuma askari wakaenda wakawaua. So we never got liberation the way Mauma wanted it. And we need to stop fooling ourselves that we did. Asante sana.
Asante. Arvin, kindly let's continue. Lyson, I'll come first for you to reply. And please, let's continue sharing the space. Let's have as much as Kenyans joining in so that we can be able to discuss. We need collective voices. Lyson.
Let me just rejoin. First of all, I'm not a Gen Z. I'm your elder. So when I'm talking about some of these things, let's not waste time to think that there's anybody who has monopoly of information. Let's give solutions. Not everything can be shared. And I do not want us to go into a contestation. But what I'm talking about, there are things we know. There's a lot that is happening. Liberation is coming. And all those things that she's mentioning have happened in the past. But they have never stopped any revolution to happen. And those are the risks that we deal with as we go. As you've said very correctly, it's about American interest, which is their own money, and their own interest, as I've said clearly. So nobody should ever worry you that you think that you can be stopped and you can be maimed in your own country because of a foreign power. They have their own issues, we have our issues. Let's first of all rally our peoples to understand that we are almost in a military warfare with our own government. And you must know, when you're taking up this position, you must be knowing that now you must protect yourself. You must operate like an intelligence agent, like a military agent, because you're dealing with forces that have no respect for constitution. The KK government is out of constitution. Expect nothing constitutional from them, including their actions, abductions, and murders. You must fight for your right. Thank you.
Yes, we must continue. First priority, let's protect ourselves. Be wise. Kitu ya kwanza, kama unajua huwa unaenda nyumbani, don't have that schedule. If huwa unaenda saa 2 unatoka saa 1, change. Saa zingine tokea saa 5, saa zingine saa 4. Don't eat at one particular spot. If you are driving, don't be parking at one particular spot. And make sure always that ukitoka, let someone knows kuwa unaenda wapi na unaenda kuchukua muda gani. And even while you are outside, try and have someone that you are communicating. And then secondly, let someone also, some of your family member, get connected to this space, so that in case of anything, we can be able to know. Hatutaki kupoteza mtu na hatujui yako wapi. So let your family members know kwamba you are active hata katika hizi spaces. Let them know. And importantly is, please, for us to grow as movement, let's follow each other. so that we can be able to grow together na wakati wote kwa tunaweza kujuana. Let's follow each other, follow the host, follow the co-host, follow, look your left, your right, so that we can be able to build, and we have a platform as we are building the movement and building the momentum of the movement. 11/11 is real. It is not just a mere talk. We said tumechoka kuongeleshana, tumechoka kukaa kwa content creation, tumechoka kukaa sijui kwa big wigs tuambiwe sijui maprofesa madoctors about constitutionalism while we are being killed. It is enough. We need action. So request the mic. Let's hear your opinion. Let's hear your voice and continue sharing the space. Jeffy.
Hello, bro. Fabrice. Hello. Thank you for the space. Sesco, your co-hosts, every panelist here, everyone who is listening.
So before Jeff rudi online, nilikuwa nasema nimesikiza kenye mmesema, especially kumbukeni na all the other guys wenye wamesema don't fear the FBI.
Did something happen?
Now, I'm actually wondering who is online and who is not. Maybe I am.
Okay, let's just check. Fabish, are you still with us?
Yes.
Okay.
Jeffy, go ahead.
Thank you. My submission would be, I believe that the war that has confronted us has many fronts to be fought. And I also believe that we need numbers. That's number one. We need numbers on the streets. But in order to marshal those numbers, they need to know why they are going out. They need to get that information. They need to have that know-how, that knowledge. And I personally feel like the people that we talk about, okay, we talk about these things here on the space. Maybe there are a few of us who are elite and, walk really to the things that are happening around us. The whole of this day, we've been talking about the freedom of one Maverick Walker. I just saw her post. She's been released, but she's still talking in conditions of anonymity, and she says tomorrow she'll be able to come and explain everything. Okay, so I just wanted to put that away because it costed a lot of our time today. Now, going forward, I've listened to Lyson talk and also listened to Sumbukeni talk. Because if this message or information is supposed to be translated down to the, rural areas, we need to have a stance. And I would, for example, ask, maybe Lyson can anaweza tuelezea vizuri anamaanisha nini when he says, as currently constituted, the CIA is pro Kenya.
Jeffy, kindly fast. Let's not be like we are just delusional. It is not even important about whether CIA. That one was just off the hook. But important, we are just talking of revolution. And when you talk of that, we need to tell people the reason why they are coming out. I don't understand. Who doesn't understand again? Who doesn't understand that people are being killed, people are being abducted, people are being kidnapped? Who doesn't understand that? Today, you saw the Supreme Court giving a very controversial ruling, watering down all the effort that we have done. So it is not a matter that is why tunasema tumeongea hizi vitu za kutosha, tukisema civic education sijui nini. Watu hawaishi kwa mwezi. People are living in this country. Maisha sahi kila mtu imemlemea, anaona. Leo umeona watu wa Singishu. Today, people in Wasingishu, kama uliona news, they came out, they were demonstrating. As currently we are talking, lecturers have down their tools. These lecturers wanafundisha nani? So wanafundisha watoto wa Kenya. Sasa nini tena unahitaji kudu? Unajua hizi vitu ndio NIS wamekuwa wakipush hizi agendas za kuwa atio sijui let's do civic education, and then wanaanza kuturushia bills kila siku, tunakaa tukidiscuss kama si shisha tunaongea ndani, kama si nini. Please let us just build a momentum of revolution. Every Kenyan knows that everything is scattered in this country. Things are not working. Every Kenyan know that they are oppressed. You cannot tell me that there is a Kenyan who is comfortable.
Fabish, I actually agree with you 100%. But this is where I was coming with that. Because I would need, for example, to be told, even after we've known JP Morgan for what he stands for, what he has been accused and charged for international wide, and Bill Gates and Melinda Foundations, why are they here in Kenya? We know what they stand for, right? That's number one. Number two, I understand when you talk about Kenyans being left alone, abductions, killings, left, right, and center. That's correct. It's like we have no toe or handholds where we can run to. The legislature has been taken over, the executive taken over. I want to remind you of something that happened last week during the hearing of Rigathi Gachagwa's impeachment proceedings in court. At the same time, simultaneously, we had the house levy going on through the same proceedings. But what happened? It was constitutionalized. They said it is law. Correct? Today, what happened? When we talk about and against shift, where people are dying because there is no seamless transition from NHIF to shift, what did the courts do today? They said it is constitutional according to the act of the 2020, is it 2024 Finance Act that legitimizes that. So my question is this: are we really looking at the broader picture that this is not just a war that Kenya is fighting, but it's like Ruto has brought the whole of this world against Kenyans? And that's how real it is. And until you can be able to break it down to the common person, they would think it is usual business. That's where I was coming in. Personally, we are talking about 11-11. I'm ready and good for it. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. Mimi sitoki tena na maji na bendera na nione Wakenya wakiuliwa, and I'll be amidst that. No. That's for strategy. But it's about time. We needed either to peana nchi yetu, we forever regret about giving it away to foreigners, or we fight. But in order to fight effectively, we need the numbers. And the most numbers don't know what's going on. So that is civic education. Even what we are doing here is civic education.
Yes, now 11-11 is looming. Civic education, watu wameona, and I tell you, even the streets huwa ina pass message katika civic education, because that now will even affect more. Will affect more because when the country is at standstill, everyone will pay attention. When they pay attention, they would want to know more what is happening. But when the country is calm, na tunaenda darasani kufundishana, We can do that for ages. We can do that for decades. Time for talk, I think, is over. It's now action. We need to start action. As we are doing civic education, government agencies are busy trying to silence the voices by threatening, by killing, abducting, kidnapping. No, because washatuzoea, washajua kwamba vile tuna react, wanatujaribu kutusukumia mambo mengi, tuendelee na civic education, while wanafanya hizo vitu zote. Ile mambo tulifanya on June 25, everything literally has been brought down. So for how long do we have to continue na kusema kwamba tunafanya civic education? Tunafanya nini? It's enough. Tumefanya kutosha, watu washaelewa. Now it's time to call for action. Alvin, I see your hand is up. Then we go to the new speaker. We have Mugambi and we have Anthony.
Hello. I hope everyone can hear me. Fabish, when we look at the story of the Mau Mau and the physical resistance to colonialism, they also had a very, very important ally by the name of Chiang, who served as the legal voice for the Mau Mau and also made significant contributions to the Mau Mau cause through peaceful advocacy. Now, today, a complementary figure who embodies this role has been Faith Odhiambo, the president of the Law Society of Kenya, who has been an ally to the movement, leading important legal initiatives. Now, my question is that as we move forward with this revolution, how do you view the role of Faith Odhiambo? Do you prefer it stays as it is, or do you advise any changes to further enhance her impact? The question was to you.
Pardon, sorry, I was distracted. Kuna kitu ulikuwa najibu mtu. What are you saying again?
Okay, so let me ask it again. At least I wrote it down. So I was saying, when we look at the story of the Mau Mau and their physical resistance to colonialism, it's also important to recognize their ally, Achieng' Oneko, who served as the legal voice of the Mau Mau and also made significant contributions through peaceful advocacy. Now, today, a contemporary figure who embodies this role is Faith Odhiambo, the president of the Law Society of Kenya, who has been an ally to the movement, leading important legal initiatives. So my question to you is that as you're pushing forward with the revolution, how do you view the role of Faith Odhiambo? Should it remain as it is, or would you advise her to make changes to enhance her impact?
Okay, just all that thought there. Ngoja kwanza tusikie Mugambi Anthony, and then maybe even in the submission we'll get answer. But I see Jeffy, maybe you have an answer, quick one, so that we can go to new speakers. Please, Jeffy, just 30 seconds.
Thank you. We had Bob that was abducted, and he stayed away from the public for so long. Is that correct? Then we had Boniface Mwangi, also abducted, arrested in the same way, stayed away from the public for almost 1 or 2 days. We've heard, if anything is to go by, Maverick Aoko, 7 days without appearance in the public. And we have the LCK. And my point is this: I agree. There are so many changes that need to be done to enhance her impact in the society, Faith Odhiambo. And that is why we need civic education. And the reason why I'm saying that is, unless we come to that platform where every Kenyan becomes equal, we have a long way to go.
Yeah, thank you. Let's go to, it was Mugambi, then Anthony, then Baimungi. Baimungi Kimathi. We just mentioned your name earlier. I think you are
Mugambi.
internet. Yes, Anthony. Mugambi. Go ahead, Mugambi.
Yes, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy for the progress and the consistency so far. In fact, I can't say anything much other than supporting what you are saying here, for it is leaning towards the liberation that we are out for. And as you have said, and as I said in some other forums yesterday, we need to embrace war strategy. We are in a war, we are in a battle, we are fighting. And not unless you focus your fighting or your war towards winning, you better stop, because losing still, the war comes with its implications for the financing. All loss is there. What do I mean in this case is that as much as we go down to our villages to offer civic education to people wherever we are, let us also employ variant strategies towards liberating ourselves, because the government knows one strategy: demonstrations on the streets. We can also converge our ideologies, our knowledge, our abilities, and then where we have got the open and clear where there is a very clear idea or deliberate breach of the law, they are there, like the abductions, because the government is responsible. We can shun away from fear and directly attack the government through the courts, so that the moment they manipulate the courts, we get another reason to fill the streets with demonstrations. We go to court, we ask the government, where is this person? Somebody is missing. It is you. The government is responsible for the rights and the protection of people and the property. The moment people are missing, the government should know. The moment people suffer gun violence, those who have got illegal firearms, cattle rustling, we petition the government in court. We vary our tactics so that we cannot be targeted, and that way we will scatter their attention towards one line of approach. Something else is reliance on the legal team that is behind us. We are a people of different professions, different communities, different ideologies. Let us channel the ideas on the basis of professional alignment, so that the lawyers can hold us the hand towards the court. The teachers can take the gospel to the students. We cannot say that this liberation will not affect, or rather will not involve the school going lot, the students in university, in high school. It is messy. There is nothing good that these children are schooling for, not unless we involve them. We storm the government even through schools. We channel the students on the street. In fact, we can plan, and then you have, let's say, the schools around Nairobi. If you are demonstrating around Nairobi, all the schools come out. We can get connection through them, and there's nothing like rules and regulations when the government is bringing them. What will they grow up to be? Where are we going to get jobs when we not get them? Let us them come on the street and join us. They will not dare to shoot students in uniform. Let us camp our cities and the towns with the uniforms of high school students, university, even primary school, throwing those things, burning and doing chaos until the right thing will be done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You talk of students. Tomorrow we are having a very big platform. Sesco, my co-host here, He's actually one of
Yes.
one of our comrades, and tomorrow comrades are having a very big platform. So yes,
Yeah.
the students are with us. We have a very
Together.
good number now of students, I think, from nearly all public universities, and we'll go to technical colleges, yes, and other institutions available. That is very good. What we need now, I was expecting John Seremani and probably someone like Wallace, maybe somebody should pass the message. And one of my good friend that he rarely is on X space, but we want the church now, sababu wamekuwa wakikuwa at the backstage. Let them come out clearly now and make the stand. Kama wako na sisi, we want to see those reverend fathers donning those their clothes na kukaa mbele katika revolution. Wakati wa nyuma tukipigania multiparty, tuliona kina Reverend Timothy Njoya, you know, walikuwa full front in a vicious regime, wakiwa wanapigwa marungu. We would want to know those reverends of today. So yes, we have to incorporate all the sectors.
Rejoinder, please, Mr. Fabrice. In fact, we cannot be observing all these things happening in a country that has got so many religions, so many churches, so many preachers that believe in God. God is for justice. The church must be there. Something else that I want to point out is that because we are not always present or rather available because of our daily tasks and activities, or we are not always in this space, we can have our contacts clearly given out to each other, because I don't think we have got this work cannot be fought by people who are fearing, by people who are hiding themselves so much. We share our contacts so that as we strategize these things, something can arise and then we call person A, person B. And for that reason, I openly give out my number. I'm Mugambi Vere. I am a resident of Miro County. That's where I live, and that's where I work, and that's where I'm born. My number is 0723.
No, just don't give. You'll DM me. You'll DM me. Don't worry. No problem. For our safety. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just DM me.
Okay.
Thank you so much, comrade from Meru. Yeah, now I see a lot of speakers. Please, so we will be brief, maybe 3 minutes, so that we can have as many speakers as possible. We can be able to have collective voices. By Mungi, yeah, I think you are next. Then we go to Our Lady, Elida, then we go to Daniel.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening and welcome.
I hope you can all hear me. Mugambi, nimekusalimia sana. Sijui uko pande gani Meru.
Niko
Igembe. Labda nitakutafuta. Peana namba hapo kwa Fabish. Nitakutafuta.
Mutanidia alafu tutatafutana. Sasa tunakuwa na Meru wing. Thank you so much guys of Meru. Meru always huwa we rely on you. Tunajua mumepigania nchi sana. Always you don't stand against the oppressive regime hata wakati wa Moi. Thank you so much guys from Meru. Sawa. Mugabe utanidia alafu by Mungi atanidia and then I'll connect you guys.
I've already in.
So now there's a problem. First of all, thank you for the platform. Before I go to the problem, I want to answer Arvin. Arvin asked a very important question. Faith Odhiambo is on our side. She seems to be fighting for the constitution, defending the people of Kenya, defending civil rights, and everything else. You know, so I would say she's on our side. I want to believe she will stay on our side all the way through. There's a video Wamekataa released, I think 2 months ago, of how these people get bribed. Nowadays, they don't bribe you directly. They bribe you with a fund. They tell you this is a civil rights fund of 200 million. You can do whatever you want with it. Then that fund is channeled from the USA. The same USA are the people, the US embassy, US ambassador, is the same people who control those funds. You know, so that's how they get bribed nowadays. Brown envelopes are for churches and small people. So I hope that when they approach Faith Odhiambo, of LSK. I hope when they approach her with 200 million of a fund or 500 million, I hope she turns it down and continues to fight for us. Because as we have seen, these people will continue to do everything to take away your rights. The biggest problem we have, I think, is either in the constitution or our courts. Someone mentioned it, I think it was the other meeting. I was here, not the previous one, the one before previous. I think they said that the Kenyan courts, you don't have to prove you're right or wrong. You just need to win the argument. You see, so it doesn't matter if you go to court and you do not cite your rights properly. If you don't go and say that I have the right to protest, if you don't know that part of your civil rights, the court will not uphold your rights. That's the court system we have. So that's the thing that Faith keeps fighting for every time. Every time it's taken away, Faith is there to defend that. So I hope she keeps fighting on our side and does not take any kind of bribes. I hope that is part of an answer that can, partially answer Arvin. Now, the other bigger problem has been revealed today is upholding of the Finance Act of 2023. Now, we know there was no public participation. Nothing. If anyone here is asked if they publicly participated in that Finance Act of 2023, I know you all say you did not participate. There was no public participation, but the court has said there was public participation and it was sufficient, which leads me to believe that the parliament, government, and whatever other machinery Ruto has put behind the scenes there's a shadow public participation group somewhere that whenever they need to do public participation, they call that group. And we can prove that with Cherargei. Cherargei today says they received 500,000 emails, and 60% of those emails were in support of extending election cycles to 7 years. We crashed the servers. I was part of advocating for that with my sister on the front line. They sent emails, 256,000 emails, so that the server crashed at Senate. You see, so we know the 500,000 emails are fake. The other 250,000 are fake. Now, today I've been shown there was an extension of submitting those emails for public participation. Did you know there was an extension for rejecting that extension of elections? I know you don't know there was an extension. It was extended for a whole day. Now, if they extended it and they did not announce it properly through the courts and through all radio stations and TVs and everything, then it is not a valid public participation. But they are going to push it through the way they pushed through the one for impeachment, the same way they pushed for housing levy, the same way they are pushing this 2023 finance bill. So that tells us one thing. We are on our own. We are on our own, and now we have to fight back. If we do not fight back, we lose everything. And I'm saying everything because as I told you, I'm a farmer and I'm a farmer educator, and I work for the same government that I am fighting.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, you see, by Mungi, there are people in this government, I tell you, not everyone in this government is contented on what William Ruto is doing. William Ruto is selfish man. He do things according to his mind and according to his interest. So as the movement is gaining momentum, you will see a lot of fallout from this regime. What they just need is for us to do action. When we do action and consistently, you will see a lot of fallout. Many information will come out and many people are going to join us. That is 100%. Even as I'm telling you, we are receiving a lot of information. People are sending us anonymously, telling us what is happening. So some things that we speak here, we speak with authority because it is information that we are receiving. I think now we go to what's next. I have now my two co-hosts. I've not yet given them time. So maybe for interest, at least I should accord them just a minute each to say hi. Starting with you, DK Gift.
No, let's be fair enough. Let's start with Sesko. Sesko was here right before me. So Sesko, you go first.
I know Sesko is doing multitasking. That's why I say start with you, because Sesko has been doing that.
All right, no worries.
Yeah.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning to every one of you who's listening. For you who's probably listened to me for the first time, my name is DK Gift. I am a young Kenyan, proud Kenyan, despite all that is going on. I'm a communications expert. I am a creative director with regards to graphic design, and I also major a lot in digital marketing, PR relations, and an extension of branding and brand management. Fabish is a very good friend of mine that I've made friends with over the last couple of months. He is one of those people that we sit in a space where we often agree and disagree, but always come to a very beautiful place of consensus, because we've understood that despite being different people with different values, different lines of thought, and different aspects of approach, we also have a single goal and objective, and that is to have a better Kenya, that is to redeem ourselves from this illegitimate, confused, and irresponsible government. And so we understand that. So despite despite how you may find that our conversations in a lot of times, if you listen to me on certain spaces and you listen to Fabish here, we may seem that we are normally speaking from two different sides of the coin. It is why you see that we are able to create a space where I'm able to come in, or he's able to come in somewhere, and I ask him to co-host with me, or he asks me to, gives me the privilege to co-host with him, so that we can also be able to show everybody that despite the difference of thought, as long as we have one goal, as long as we have one objective, as long as we have one target, that is what really matters. So I just want to say that as an introduction. I'm glad to be here. I'll have one or two views I'm going to share over the next maybe 40 minutes while I'm around with you guys, and for the time I'm going to have the mic. Yeah, thank you, Fabish, and asante for inviting me in.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, the reason why I bring DK Gift is because he's majoring in the civic education. And we have said that we cannot just be doing a blind civic education. So because I know the capacity of DK Gift, if he's going now to major on that civic education, even us, as we are doing, a radical revolution, we also need to be injecting, but we need a structured civic education and monitoring and evaluation, not just doing, because we have been always talking that we are doing civic education, but there is no evaluation, there is no monitoring to know at what extent, at what level have we do this civic education. No, not just going blindly. And also in the civic education, we have to pick those topics that elicits the hunger in people, where it touches people most. So, but if we pick every object and be going to do civic education, we just be like people preachers, and people will just take it as normal. So that is why I discussed with DK Gift. I told him, you are good in communication strategy. Now, as you are going to civic education, we will be together in this revolution, be updating us, do civic education, monitoring and evaluation. And at least also in a revolution, we need sometimes our communication, our stand to be reaching there, even as we are doing civic education, so that even the time that we are calling for mass action, those people in civic education, they will say, yes, enough is enough, and we are calling civic mass action because of this, and you must join, even as we engage educating on other matters. So DK Gift is one of the resourceful, members that we have. And also another, my co-host, Sesko, who is a comrade, is very active in the comrade space. Tomorrow, we are having a space that we'll be discussing with comrades and nearly countrywide. So the movement is gaining momentum. And we request everyone also from different bodies, those who are in the the teachers, we also need to have you. The medics, we need also to have you. Now we have farmers, Mogambi, from Meru and Baimungi. These are people, they are farmers. Some also, they are working under this government that is contented, and that is why they're in the movement. So we have even people from military here. They will not want to reveal themselves, but I can assure you 100%, we have them here and they're supporting the movement for one reason or the other. Understand that even military, those working there, they are farmers. They are doing businesses and they are being oppressed also. So ukiona hivi, Wakenya from all walks of life, they are not comfortable with this regime. Sio tu kwamba ati watu ambao tunakuja hapa ati ni watu ambao hatuna namna ama tuko namna gani. So
Yeah,
Sesko,
Bobby, even before you
yeah.
go to Sesko, I'll add one thing that you just said.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, Fabish. I was saying, and I'll say it in 20 seconds. What you said is very keen in this sense. In a war, I just told you earlier, a war has soldiers. All the soldiers that you have do not do the same thing. You don't find all the
Mwenye anaongea simski ama ni mimi nafaa niongee?
Sorry, Fabish. Please just go on. Let me pick a call I'm having. I'll come back. Just
Sawa. Nani alikuwa amesema? Ni Justus, Justus, I think tulikuwa kwa nani? Daniel ni alikuwa amekuja mbele yako and then tukuja kwako Justus.
Small Fabish. There's first of all, there's something I was saying in another space because the whole day, I think at the back of my mind, the thing has been bugging me is abductions, and I've said it on multiple spaces. And now, since
kindly come closer to the mic, we are really struggling to hear. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I was saying, the probably since we're talking solutions only now because complaining Misha. First of all, I'll go with the abductions. There needs to be a running hashtag. I don't know how we're going to do it. I don't know who we need to talk to. I don't know how many people we need to talk to. There needs to be a running hashtag that says, ukiona hizi magari ama abductors or whatever, kuchoma those things. Like that should be a running narrative. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. What do you do with the abducted cars? Kuchoma those things. Like that needs to be like after 3 hour call, that should be the very next thing we do. Before that tuanze kuongea about what bill in parliament, extension of terms. Who gives a fuck? If you're dying, nobody cares right now. We do not care about the term limits right now. Okay? First of all, what we need now is to protect ourselves. So there needs to be a running narrative that expressly says our interaction with those cars is the job. That should be it. Now, the next thing, I hope nanisikia vizuri, yeah? Okay.
Yes.
Because I needed to put something in perspective in case someone is still sold on the idea that somehow this is a legal war. You need to. I want you to see what Ruto had planned for us. Okay. I want you to see the Kenya that would be now had 25th of June not happened. Number one, the finance bill would be in action, and we all know what a messed up bill. Yeah, unanisikia?
Mogambi, off your mic. I think the mic. Yes.
Let me start. The finance bill would be in full throttle operation mode. All of us would be living under it. Then after that, we will na shift. Remember, you already have the housing levy. Then you have the finance bill, which basically was crushing us to death. And then now we would have shift. And then after shift, Adani would be happening. And Ketrako would be happening, and the port of Mombasa would also be under Adani. Now, that is what was planned for us. That is what you would be living under right now. The sole and only reason you're not living under that is that we stopped it. Otherwise, ideally, the best case scenario for Ruto was that. And then immediately after that, Gachagua was supposed to be removed. And obviously, what other evil do you think that guy had planned for us? Like, if you are not sold to just how, like, this is what he did to the people that vote. He was doing that to when people loved him. Because guys who voted for the guy loved the guy. These are what he was, because he planned this. He did not plan all these things that he in the 6 months. He planned them from the beginning. So that in those times that people loved him, were voting for him, this is what he looked at them and he had in plan for them. This is what he was planning. You see those sickening things I just said. This is what the guy genuinely had planned for the people that are bidding president. Now, can you imagine the things he's going to plan for us now that he knows we hate him? Like, can you even fathom if that is what he did to people when they loved him? Can you imagine the things he's going to plan for the next 3 years if he's still there now that he knows we hate him? Like, if that doesn't like shock your brain into thinking, into even realizing we are in the fight of our lives, and there is no space for legality, because yes, you'll go to courts. He's going to take all the money and he's going to pour it in those courts, And as we know, as Americans say, everyone has a price at some point. So now, and we don't know what that price is. We cannot put our hope. There's this saying that says you cannot rely on the kindness of monsters. You cannot live life while relying on the kindness of monsters. We do not know whether we cannot rely on the kindness of monsters is Ruto, and we cannot rely on the kindness of the judiciary, because we do not know at what point these guys are going to be like, hey, this is too much money. We have to take it. Like, we do not know what is the line for the judiciary, and we do not know whether they will crack or they will remain. We do not know. So we cannot live our lives expecting, like hoping that the judiciary doesn't leave us alone. What if they do? What then? The only way to secure our future is to make sure that the future is actually in our hands. And the only way to do that is to make sure that the people who have power right now do not have it any longer.
Yeah. Let's hear from the lady, then I come to you, Justice. Yeah, Elida.
Yeah, hello?
Yes, go ahead. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. And you?
I'm good. Welcome to the
Yeah,
space.
thank you for this space. Thank you for the forum. Thank you for what you people you're doing. You're doing a great job. And the only thing I can do is to tweet and really shout and to pray for my country. I'm a Kenyan, I live in Germany. And I just want to tell Kenyans that one thing I know, that there is people have power. Gen Z showed us that. And I just want to give an example, like during the COVID lockdown in Germany, they were going to put this, the COVID vaccine was going to be mandatory in this country. And I remember we went to the street. I'm one of those people who went to the street every Monday. And we kept on writing letters to our MPs and such things. And eventually, because there was so much outcry, many people took that vaccine. I'm not saying that, but many, many people who knew just said, no, you cannot force this on us. And these people had to really relent and they had to back down. Ruto, when Kenyans, you can push people just to a certain degree. And it will reach a time that people will just say, when people have had it, then they will have it. And Gen Z had it. They showed Kenyans that this man can be removed. But it's just that Raila stepped in and really gave, he sanitized him and just gave him a bit of a life span. But instead of Ruto, first and foremost, the guy stole the election. And if I was Ruto, someone who stole the election, I could have just done really a good job that Kenyans would have loved me. They would have forgotten that I stole the election. But apparently he had his own agenda, or the Americans, because we know that, anyone who comes to power, it's always American interest. And there was this guy who was speaking that Americans have our interest at heart, which really is a big lie. America does not give an F about anybody, not even their own citizens. It is what the ruling elite in America, the military industrial complex, and the pharma mafia wants. That is what they will get. So we cannot sit there and think that America is on our side, that America will save us. No, it is it's up to us Kenyans to really just re-strategize and see how we're going to take back our country. Not only from Ruto, because Ruto actually is just a puppet, but from the globalist. And someone was saying there that actually we never got independence. I agree with that. We never got the independence. Our the royal family, or the farm, still has the shot. I remember that when Prince Charles came to Kenya, he was treated, I don't know how many course of meals. And so many Kenyans school, Ruto had cut down on their budget. So many students are starving. So many, nowadays schools just close for 3 months. Children go to school, boarding school, 2 months, 1 week, whatever, they're back home. Because, they don't have money. Ruto would rather give his money to somebody else. So I'm just saying, we must take back our country. We must take back our country. I grew up in Kenya, and I knew there were days I demonstrated. I went to the street. They used to say that those students of those days really went to the street. But the Gen Z showed us. And I'm backing you, and I think you people, you're doing a great job. And the only thing I can do, actually, maybe just to pray, and where it's needed financially, is just to support financially, because I cannot be there to run on the street. But I'm always shouting, I'm always tweeting, and I'm always just doing what I can do. And anyway, and then another thing I wanted to say, Bill Gates being in the country, people must look out for what Ruto is going to sign. Because I think this Ruto, apart from giving Bill Gates this, it's about our food and even our health, the pandemic treaty. Are they going to sign this pandemic treaty such that when the next pandemic breaks out, that they're going to force people to take their toxic vaccine? Kenyans must just come out. It is good. Kenyans are awake. And that's the good thing what Gen Z did, that we are now awake. We know what is going on, and we are educating people. I like this channel. I'm always watching Lynn's book channel. I'm reading great books written by Kenyans, such the big conservation lies. There are many books, and we are Kenyans are waking up. And one thing I would like to tell you, Kenyans, as well, my family, I have a lot of conversation back home, and they will lie to you. In Homa Bay County, I come from Homa Bay County, Ruto, we don't want Ruto, and even Raila. People are so much against Raila and that handshake and whatever he did. So he will lie. They will present another scenario that, we love Ruto, what we are backing, we are with Baba, this kind of bullshit, but it is not. They on the ground, it's a different story, and you can believe me, because I have a lot of connection back home. So that is what I just wanted to add in. But you are doing a great job, and just keep up the good work you're doing.
Thank you so much, our comrade. Yes, we have to continue. We have to fight. We have to stand. This is the time. There is no other time. We cannot say that, we are waiting for, I don't know what to ignite us. We already have enough in our plate. Our plate is already full. What do you want to talk again? Is it killings? Is it oppressive, punitive taxation? Name them. Is it selling of our national assets? Is it oppressive bills about agriculture, about water? Is it that you are bringing foreigners, giving them immunity? Is it about the vaccines that you want to set up here that we don't know? Then we become a guinea pigs for research. What there's nothing. The good thing with fighting Ruto is that you don't need even to act propaganda against him, because he himself is enough propaganda. Everything that he does, it just sounds like propaganda, while it is actually the real thing. Yes, the last scene you had just dropped, I know you're having issue with the network, then we go to Justice, kindly.
Yeah. Like, hi guys. I hope mko fiti na mnanisikia. Fabish.
Yes.
Fabish.
Tuko sawa.
Ni fiti. So, tenye niko nayo leo si vitu most, but right now actually we are supposed to send a message to Safaricom, and that's where my problem will rise. And after we are done with the unanisikia?
Yes, loud and clear. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's when nasema like right now tunashinda tukisema tutasalimia wase, tunawasalimia wa nini? Si tunajua Safaricom shops price ziko. We are supposed to mobilize ourselves and twende we upgrade a little bit tukuwe na kila mtu simu mbili. And you know, when we do that, actually there was an MP in a certain area huko Mount Kenya after amepass finance bill, aliendeangwa kwake, like shop zake zote zilireibiwa, ikafika in a way wengine walikuwa wamemlentisha shop, wakamwambia you take your things because actually vitu zangu juu I can't risk my house juu hiyo rent unanipea. So that way I was saying like we need to send a message, and a very clear message. Hatutashinda tukisalimiana, and that's why I've been saying like I have a problem personally kwa wase wanasema sijui ati kuna namba sijui ya CEO wa nani. Mi si msalimi na msalimi.
Go ahead. I think uko na issues na network imekudrop. Yeah, Justice.
Yes, Fabish, today you've called me severally. Thank you so much.
Sorry for that. Yeah, go ahead.
And good evening, everyone. And may I commend you for the good work you're doing. You know, I always tell this friend of ours that you cannot celebrate young athletes and then demonize young Democrats. And when they take, all of us are taking different lanes to exhibit patriotism. And one on the track and the other is in the street. And they are both seeking to restore their country's glory. But you find he hails the truckers and the jail the street stars, which to me is the greatest sin that one has ever done. The butchering and the kidnapping, how he spattered our brains and the blood of our comrades on the streets, mercilessly, on the roads, aimlessly shooting at us. He has injured so many, maimed and murdered our children. And with guts, throwing them into dump sites and quarries. Not just one, but even more and more than hundreds are still missing as we keep on looking for, our loved ones. These serious soldiers, the street stars, who seen is to be patriotic, and they are standing up and rising up to count on the power that the Constitution has given them, because they are the minority, we are the majority. And in a republic, we all control our lives. We are all Moses. We all have the keys to open all the prisons and walk free. All of us are capable unilaterally to do that until we encounter these. You've even wondered where we cut them from. But of course, we can trace their foundation way back to the colonialists. Published earlier, I was explaining how the Caucasians or the Western has been so obsessed and have set up mechanisms and institutions to keep, especially the African. Well, that's what they've been thinking, that they can keep us subdued. And I explained that scientifically through the DNA series, where it is factually proven that the DNA series informs your intellectual capacity or intellectual superiority. And human evolution from orangutan all the way to chimpanzees, Caucasian and Africans. Orangutan is DNA series 3, gorillas DNA series 4, chimpanzees DNA series 5, Caucasian DNA series 6, and Africans DNA series 9. And this superiority, subversion, and war, it didn't just begin today. It's been funded through various councils. The reasons why Akina Michelangelo had to start painting even the biblical characters from their black, reflection or black body, black appearances to white appearances. You know, the councils of Antioch, the councils of Jerusalem, and of course we are having even the Berlin councils where we are having the scramble for Africa, because these guys are always divided, but when it comes to Africa, all of them unite. Whites like each other. But now, our forefathers have always fought and defeated these guys. The only problem we're having is when we have these sellouts. And these sellouts have grown guts to a point that they think that we can be subdued, we can be, locked out from forums where truth can be, expressed or spoken to set our people free. Because they've invested a lot in systems that they're trying all their best to make sure that African are raised below their capacity, where you mimic mindlessly like an ape. When it comes to our education system, you realize that our education system is structured such that it teaches you mostly how to earn a living. You hear people, you'll find so many doctors here or many other professions. But yes, you are as good as the career field that you specialized in. But you are not good at living a life. You are taught on how to live, earn a living, just like robots. Because right now you've noticed that the curriculum that we're being taught actually are being rendered obsolete by robotics. But then, as human beings, how ought we to be raised? As a father, as an husband, as a wife, how, as a mother, what content of community begins at home? The nation is as best as the family. And if that family is not functioning, then what family are we going to have? What nation are we going to have? So, as a party, especially Justice and Freedom Party that I lead, we've been championing us going back to these foundations and exposing the root causes of our problems. And this is why we've been adversely opposite the system. And of course, they don't like us. They fight us every now and then. They do. And yes, this is why we're on the same side. And these foundations, if they're not addressed, if we do not render lasting solution, then we will still fall back into the same schemes that the Caucasian have set. Like a ape that mindlessly mimic cannot think independently, cannot be innovative, cannot be critical thinker, cannot create. You're a very good doctor at dispensing formulas. Administering other people's curriculums. Why can Kenyan curriculum be developed by Kenyans? Look at the professors and teachers we have. What interest is UK having in Kenyan education curriculum? To date, as we are talking, it's absurd. And these are the things that they are funding. When you're talking about the gates and then the institutions that are here with us, today I'm in Kisumu, next to CDC. What have they been doing here all the while? Ever since they got into Nyanza, Nyanza has been leading in HIV infection and all the pandemics. And no one asked. Yet they have leaders who are supposed to be in tune with the citizens and on the welfares of the society. And you'll realize that they're the ones, like somebody was mentioning here, they're the ones who are compromising these people. Yeah, so the citizens' right to come out and challenge sovereign authority, to me, is non-negotiable. And anybody who is affronting this, I believe and as I warned my brother Ruto, that if you go to bed with your anus itching, you wake up with your fingers smelling. And this is what he's suffering through now. He can't even like his own colleagues. He's been firing his cabinet, he's firing his because of the course that we want him not to pursue. And fellow Kenyans, I believe it's high time that we are not actually, caught focusing on wrong targets. Because to me, Ruto is the wrong target. The actual target is IMF. The actual target is the colonialists and their institutions, which we can address even as we can address and restore our economy. We can start adopting holistic health because there's no better medicine than food. If you eat proper food and you eat in a healthy environment, we will stay alive. And there are a number of mechanisms that we'll adopt, but those ones will leave to another forum where we engage and dispense solutions to certain issues we've interacted with. But as it stands right now, we've come a long way, resisting and making sure that the foundations of the colonialists are broken and brought down. And I must appreciate the moment we are in. There was a dire need of participation of citizens in the democratic process. For a while, they've kept, especially the young people, in entertainment, in pleasure, things that are not actually that distract us from matters that are dealing with our economy, matters that are dealing with governance. They've always made sure that we're swayed away. But the miracle that has happened in our country today, that the young generation have risen to the occasion and they are able to determine their own future. To me, I don't think there can ever be any better moment like this. And my prayer is that this thing is hastened and is quickened by our unity if we are able to come together, not through selfish interests, not through the compartmentalization that they keep on doing among ourselves. If we can unite the way we united on June 25th, and you saw what we were able to do. This time, if we unite more smarter, more organized, and more focused, I tell you, these guys, I'm sure even the Rutos are longing for salvation for their own country. Between thinking with their tummy instead of thinking with their head. The day that we can liberate them and make them be able to start thinking with their brains, I believe you will be so surprised that they can rally behind you, or they will start rallying behind you to hasten and make sure that this happens. So, comrade, I am in solidarity when called upon, even as our party. If you have issues with the organizing on the ground, and they're denying you organization as a party, we've been registered and mandated to organize civic education anywhere in the country as we recruit and increase members for our parties. That's our mandate, and we're required to do that anywhere, wherever you go. So if you want to do it under our banner, you want to do it under our cover, you want us to do them together, invite us, call on us, and we got your back. We are together. So thank you for now. May I request to land at that? And if there's any question, I'll take any.
Thank you so much, Justus. Wow, this is wonderful. Thank you for being part of us. Yes, of course, now we need to mobilize the ground, even as we are doing civic education. But now we say we are going to spread our wings. We will continue with civic education, but now we need action. We are now ready to call for mass action because we already have enough in our plate. So please, even as your party, we will continue collaborating. We continue to mobilize, and then we set a date for mass action. 11/11/2024 is looming. Enough is enough. The killings, the abductions, you can name. The list is endless. This is not a country anymore. This is I don't know. You can call it is. I think even Haiti can be better than this our country. Yet we claim that we have government. Yet we are paying taxes, and the taxes that we pay to oppress us and to kill us, it is very sad. We cannot continue like this. William Ruto should be stopped. He should be kicked out. Kwa hivyo sisi ile kitu ambayo tumekuwa tukizungumza, ndio sababu nikatengeza hii space. I know I speak things that maybe other spaces they find it uncomfortable to talk, but that is the reality that we are faced with. Number one is that we have to start protecting ourselves because the government has failed to protect us. I don't see anything unconstitutional about that. Because when we talk of protecting ourselves, when we talk of now we need to create our own security system kule mtaani, vijana ambao tutaanza kujilinda sisi wenyewe, tunaambiwa kwamba that is anarchy. I don't know what is anarchy. I don't know how it is constitutional for someone like Mavika Oko, unarmed, a innocent lady. Yeye tu makosa yake ni kutumia her fingers just only to tweet na kusema ile maovu inafanyika kwa serikali, then anakuwa abducted, anakuwa tortured, mpaka sasa hatujui mahali yuko. Is that what you call constitutionalism? If that is what you call constitutionalism, then that means constitution is something that is terrible, that a country should not have. So what we are saying is we now ready to arm ourselves, protect ourselves, and we do revolution. One thing that we already observe, and just as I think you will agree with me, is that we need resistant revolution. There has never been a peaceful revolution when the regime doesn't support a peaceful revolution. It is an uncomfortable thing to discuss. It is an uncomfortable thing to talk, but there is no other way out. That is the only way out. We need to face this regime. You don't lead people by force, by guns. People are being governed because they subject themselves to the authorities, but not because you have power that you overpower them. We're supposed to have a democratic republic, but we don't see that democracy happening. So we have to rise up, we have to have uprising, and we face this regime. Enough is enough. William Ruto, hakuna kitu hajetuonyesha. I'd request one of the legal experts here. The one thing that nataka hii space atungemaliza bila kupata legal opinion. What does it mean? Wanjiru, please, if you have time, come and maybe educate us on that. And even just as I know, maybe later you will come and answer. What does it mean to give Bill Gates immunity? What does that tell us? What are you anticipating that is going to cause? Because when you give someone immunity, that means you have raised him above that he cannot be subjected to our internal laws. So how do you call an investor na wanze kumpatia immunity so he can do anything because he's above the law? Is this a country that we are saying it is ruled by constitution and rule of law? So let's continue discussing. Invite, share the space, invite many people to join, share in your DMs. This is the space that we need to discuss those critical things, critical issues, and critical solutions that we have to face. Thank you so much Justa. So Dia, najua bado kuna maswali tutakuwa tunakuuliza along the way. Na please request the mic. Let's continue talking. Let's continue discussing, because in a revolution we need collective voices. I see the doc. Doc, you have been here for a long time. Then we go to Daniel. I see other speaker, Rasdi, and then yeah, that order. Mogambi, kindly.
Fabish.
Yeah, oh, it's Esco.
Kidogo, I wanted to add on.
Yes.
Yeah, nataka niongee point before I forget. Justus, I actually like what Justus is speaking about. Tuna resonate sana na Justus. You're a Gen Z by nature. Hata kama wewe ni mzee, you're a Gen Z. The way you're talking, tunaweza work with you. You're actually a good man. Let me just say it. Let me give credit where it belongs. When unasema iko hivyo. And something I'll talk about ni mambo na civic education. Hatuwezi kuwa tunafanya civic education at that sort it is driving us, yet there is no action that is happening, then tutakuwa tuna fail. We are educating people, but then on actions, we should be working on that. Action first. Civic education tutaifanya. We are actually supposed to be zenye zinafaa kuwa Fabish ni zingine. I think iko on. That's why kuna
sijui na nani Mogambi
I mean,
Ni a leader. Mic
Can I just
a leader, just mute your mic for a minute. Let Sesco finish first.
okay, then
it's okay.
just
It's
give me
okay.
a minute,
You can,
yeah?
you can,
Yes. Okay, after Sesco, you take a minute.
Just a minute, yeah. I just wanted to chip in, because since we are doing civic education, and we know Bill Gates' agenda with this depopulation plan for Africa. Why don't we even include this vaccine? Because that vaccine thing is part of their agenda. That is how they're depopulating Africa. So if that would be included, because I think I've realized that even after this COVID vaccine, I've lost so many friends, not only back in Africa, but even here in Germany as well. So if we can even just educate our families and friends, and that is what I'm doing with my families and friends. And even during that COVID, when it came out, I had so much information, which I really shared with so many people. So if that could be included, just to educate people on their evil, diabolical agenda with this vaccine. Thank you, and sorry for interrupting.
Thank you. That is DK Gift. I hope. Sorry for that. DK Gift, I think you are. DK Gift, I think you are taking notes. Nyinyi the civic education wing, and hizo ndio vitu ambao mutakuwa muna educate, let people know the danger that is looming. Go ahead, Sesco, ndio tuende kwa other speakers.
Yes. Let's have Sesco go through.
Yeah, it's okay. We are going to talk about it. But I mean, prioritization yetu ikuwe kwa vitu zenye ni essential for Kenyans. Watu wasikuwa wanakufa na tunapeana civic education ya mambo ya ati petitions and whatever. That is not making sense for Kenyans. Right now, as you're speaking, tunafaa kuwa tunapeana civic education vitu zenye ni essential, zenye zina affect wa Kenya for now. Uwezi enda kuambia mama mboga huko Kisumu ama mtu huko chini mambo ya petitions and whatever. That one is not affecting mama mboga at that moment. It is not affecting us as Kenyans, as comrades. I mean, tujue Kenya tutakuwa tunaambia watu civic education is kwange tu ni it's a thing for educated people. And for information, educated people don't need civic education. Wewe unafaa tu unaelewa. I mean, labda uko you're ignorant, you don't want to know. That is one thing I'm sure of. Another thing, Fabish, I wanted to talk about ni hiyo story ya comrades. Lecturers wamegoma wote. It's very funny that Ruto, people are still thinking of a dialogue. I don't know what. There's nothing that is going to work in Kenya. There's nothing that is going to work now. There's nothing that is going to work tomorrow and forever. Kama Ruto wako. The only thing we have to do is go to the street. Kitu nafaa kuwa tunasikia tukiongelelea hapa ni venye tunajipanga kutokea 11/11. Because there's nothing else Ruto anaweza kuwa defeated with. It's only for us getting to the streets, and that's what we are going to do. I pray that lecturers wasikuwa wamerudi darasani by 11:11. Ndio sisi wote tutoke. We are going to do it the South African way. Tutavaa uniform ya high school, watu watokee kwa street. Let them shoot us tukiwa na uniform. That is what we are going to do. Because hizi mambo ya dialogue mnasemanga hapa inakujanga inakuwa sabotage. Mnasema ni dialogue, mnaenda mnabayana huko, parties wanapatana, big men, big people wa Kenya, and then at the end of it all tunarudi pale pale. Wakenya wanaumia. That's the thing. Vitu zinafaa kuwa zimepelekwa kwa koti, hazipelekwi. People are dying here because they don't have NHIF to stand for them huko kwa hospital. Mtu alilipa NHIF msimamie aendange chemotherapy for whole year, anakuja mshenzi anaondoa, analeta mambo ya SHA na mashisha. What the fuck? I mean, it's so frustrating that tuna prioritizing vitu hazieleweki. Mambo ya Gachagua ndio sasa inashughulikiwa saa hii, media inaangalia huko, but the things that are so essential for Kenyans, no one is really speaking for them. Tuongea mingi, you can give mic to someone else. I just wanted to speak that before we continue. Ndo tusikuwe tunapeuka kwenye tunaongea. Let us not go astray on what we are speaking here. We are talking about revolution and you're calling people on 11:11. Hii mambo ya content creators huku Morara na whatever, and civic education, na you cannot even hold such a space to talk things that are affecting Kenyans. It's really inatu affect, inatusinya hadi. I mean, anapatiwa credit ya nini na vitu zenye essential waangalie? Why do you have to give following to that person? Mnamfund. What are you funding? Civic education? What? It's not making sense. Kenyans should wake up, waone venye kunaendelea, and that's what Gen Z we don't want. Hatutaki story mingi, we need actions. Hii story mingi hii yote ni ya kutununua tu na kutubeba ufala. We don't want that. We don't want that kabisa.
Thank you, comrade. Yes, 11:11. This is a day for action. By kesho tutakuwa Sesco, I think you will work on posters. Alafu we will have to share. It is only one hashtag that we will push this time round. Unajua, people are always conflicted. Watu wanaweka date alafu many hashtag inaanza kukua pushed. The agenda now, the revolution now is only one. It is about William Ruto out. So the hashtag of this 11:11 is Ruto must go. It is not two-way. Hakuna sijui occupy parliament, because we need a nationwide protest. People will protest wherever they are. It is not one place. It is Ruto must go. Only one hashtag. We don't want to be conflicted this time around. Please, let's be careful about when we visiting these other spaces. There are people they claim, they call themselves big wigs. They are pushing agenda for this regime indirectly that you will not know. Anytime that things are planned, they start hosting the spaces and start bringing issues just to divert other people. So please, we are generating. Anyone that is not supporting 11:11, know that they are having their own different agenda working for the regime. DK Gift, take the mantle and continue giving other speakers.
All right. Sasko, you're very right in what you said. There's nothing wrong in it. It's actually one of the reasons why Fabish brought me here. And before I left you guys and went to pick the call, it was what I was about to say, that one of the ways that I've been looking at or trying to look at what we have right now in our hands, especially the last 3-4 days, I've been sitting down, really brainstorming and beating myself around what is this that we have in our hands right now? How do we move forward? I have started viewing what we have here, which it is definitely it as a war. This is a war for sure, right? We've already established that. Now, what does a war constitute of? It constitutes of soldiers, right? Soldiers who each one of them play their different role with their different objectives and different goals they've been given. You know, if you went to companies and stuff, they call them KPIs or job descriptions and all those things. So in that war zone there, you have your guy who's at the forefront, making sure that he's hitting back the enemy as they hit us.
with every bullet and every missile and everything that we have. We have another guy somewhere who's doing some medical work and making sure that the guys at the forefront, those who get hurt, are being taken care of, and so on and so forth. So I've been looking at what we're doing here as that. Each one of us are warriors and soldiers in this thing. And I shy not to say this, that this is the direction I've chosen through my profession. I am a civic education soldier. I'm a civic education warrior. You, Sesko, you, Fabish, and many others here, are civic disobedience soldiers and warriors. It means you have your KPIs. I have my own. We both have a goal. We both have the same objective. The same objective meaning we have an enemy that we need to fight. But not all of us are fighting in the same direction, in the same way, and in the same tactic. So you, as a civic or disobedient, or as is it civic or civil disobedience, whichever of them, that disobedience soldier or warrior, knowing your KPIs and running with them, you're holding, as I am holding your hand, you're holding my hand as your brother, who is a civic education soldier on this other end, ensuring that he's continuing to go to deeper places. Like you said right now, a man with education may not need as much of the education that I'm providing in any way as compared to the person in machinery. So having fashioned what I need to give to them, you're supporting me by ensuring that I'm empowering them, giving them the knowledge that in return goes back as a cycle that empowers them to join you as a civil disobedience soldier and a radical soldier, to remember why it is important for us to do what you're doing. That if we wake up now and say it is 11/11, we are not talking about 11/11 in Nairobi. We are talking about 11/11 in Kenya. And it starts from information that has been passed to people to actually empower them to know why it is important for them to walk out. Earlier, before I came here, Fabish, I was in a space with QT, and I told the listeners on that side, one of the reasons why February 25th evolved to where it was is because we've all agreed it was organic. What does organic mean? It grew by itself, in its own self. The self that it grew in is because multiples of people from Nairobi all the way to a village in Mokorweni, and a village in Kimileli, and a village in Bondo, and in Nakuru had similar things that attached to each one of them that they shared. That is what that radicalized, that every other day of June, when they said we are going out, the government did not understand what was happening. Today there would be, and I'm using these numbers as example, today there would be 5,000 people out. Thursday, there would be 10,000 people out. Next Tuesday, there was 20,000 people out. The other Thursday, there was 50. How did that keep growing? It kept growing because it was organic through the information that kept being shared. And that information that reminded people, your sanitary pads are going higher, pampers are going higher, this is going, your own land back in the village is being come for. Every one of those simple information is exact example of civic education. So they both work together. The radicalness that needed to be put on ground and what we are going to provide as information, they work together. But the truth is, we each have to check where we are strong and where we are good at for us to be able to play our roles the rightful and the right way. That's all I wanted to say right now, especially with Sesko having come in and said what he has said, and you, Fabish, I wanted to say that right here at this point so that people can understand why. Ndo mtu atanipata hapa hivi asikie, ajue kuna times nimekuwa na challenge na mahali Fabish alianza hii conversation.
hey, let's do this, let's do that. But as the time has gone by, nimeanza kurealize we're also just running in our own different way. He has what he's doing. Now I need to see how do I marry what he's running with and what I am doing. As long as we know what we're doing is in the interest of us as a citizenry, not to destroy, not to kill, not to steal, but for the rightfulness of the citizenry, then we do it and do it in all ways. I don't know who to start with, Fabish. You might be better off than I to call out the speakers because I'm not sure who has spoken yet or not. So let me allow you to call for me the speakers, but I'm here in case I am needed in any way. I'll answer a question.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. I see we have a lot of new speakers. Ajuag has been here for a very long time. You know, he was down there. I could not locate him. And I see General himself is here. I see Rasji. We have missed you a lot in this space since your disappearance and the deals that happened. So, Ajuaga, kindly, now I think we will limit our time so that we can have as many speakers as we can. So 3 minutes each, please. Ajuaga. Ajuaga, 3 minutes. Ajuaga. Okay. As Ajuaga is preparing, I think generally.
Yes, thank you very much for the chance, Fabich. And I'm very, very happy we have had like this our space up right now. So I'm just saying that the only way to go, like the only way now we have to go, because this is now time of action. We just have to go we have to do the civil disobedience. And that one goes with the radicalization. We must be radicalized and we must radicalize others. And we are radicalizing each and everyone in a way, in a good way. We don't have any bad intention. Our radicalism just comes because we are tired of this government. So each and everyone must be involved. Even me right now, before I joined, I had to force my mama also pia nasikia. Hii tumesema hakuna mchezo. Everyone must be involved. So let's purpose that 11, let's come out and prove to them that we mean business. Let them do all the side shows they want to do, the abduction, the intimidations. That one is not going to scare us anymore. So let's just rise up. Let's condemn everything, every bad thing they are doing to us. We must just condemn. We don't need to give them a chance because they have not given us a chance. We have given them ample time. Since August, we've been doing it very peacefully. We've always been peaceful, requesting for like all-round table where we can discuss our issues, but no one wants to understand us. Now we have to come out in a way that they understand. And the only way that this guy understands is the civic disobedience, causing chaos. And that is what we are going to move on with right now. There's no negotiation, there's no holding, bringing them on board to have to hold meetings with them. That time is much gone. And right now is a time to prove to them. It is now a time to leave a mark. That 11th, if we come out, I think all of you saw what happened at MU University, how they did it. That is the only way to go. That is the only way that this government understands. This is a government that will never go with on the table to negotiate. Because if the moment you call them on the table, they take advantage of you. They think maybe you are disparate or you are disparate for something in the government. Maybe that's the reason you want to talk with them. So going forward, we are going to be very radical. If we go to the street there, we must leave something that they will have to remember. Like the date of 25th, the mark was left at the parliament. That is now the way to go. They will do what they have to do. They will do what they are good in doing. All those things they plan to do, bad things they plan against us. But with us, we are going to stand on our way. And our way is
Generally, we lost you. I think we lost generally, perhaps network issue. Okay. So we go to Ajuoga. Ajuoga, are you able now to speak? Okay. If Ajuoga, you are not ready, let's go to Ras G.
Thank you, Fabish. You've said of missing. I think I missed you people more. I think this will be the second space I'm doing. I think today there was one with Mabonga during the day, and first I think Sivika time it allow, but I'm glad now. Yes, you can hear me. Confirm.
Yeah.
I'm audible. It's okay. Okay. What I'm saying, you had said about missing and stuff. I think I missed people so much. I missed the spaces, but today was my first day. I did, I think, one with Mabonga during the day, and later on evening ya leo, because a part of the evening we spent this evening kuangalia where our good friend Maverick could have gone, but I think that's a story for another day. Let us leave, wait until tomorrow. But let me kwanza appreciate the fact that now the conversation Fabish is really changing, and it is changing because there are Kenyans who are coming to the sense that the administration of the day is not going to listen to any language. It's not going to respect the constitution. It's not going. Their power has already corrupted individuals in this administration, and that's why sasa mahali wamefikia watatuongoza kwa kifua na kiburi. So when I hear people becoming saying they are going to be radicalized and all that, that should be the clarion call, because we cannot stay with an administration that has decided to suspend the rule of law, that has decided to disrespect, mutilate, and disobey the whole constitution, for them to push agendas on the throat of Kenyans. And we still think that we are still living in the progressive Kenya that we fought for. And I'm glad like people like Wanjiru Githiomi are here, and I think I'll be making submission at the tail end of it so that it can relate with what he has been speaking on these spaces. But my first reaction would be on what has happened today with the ruling on the Finance Bill 2023. And this should be a big an eye-opener to Kenyans. When you hear William Ruto even dismiss these other lower courts or the courts and takes an issue of an impeachment motion against a DP and says hii story ende isikizwe kule juu Supreme Court, then you know we have a problem as a country. Today, as much as we are told to abide and respect the apex court in terms of decision that it makes, it also should be a reminder to all Kenyans that even our judiciary itself, as currently composed and as currently it stands, it's not perfect. It is not perfect. And I don't know what if public participation means that few MPs can meet in bunge and say that there was public participation, and this is confirmed by the apex court of the land, then it calls for more radicalization in terms of taking back our country. Because as things stand, we cannot, as much as we are restraining ourselves from really talking about the judiciary and castigating it and ni ngumu sana at this particular time. Ni ngumu sana because we have said time and again that judiciary, this regime, the only thing that is standing between the people, the people wenye wameumizwa na serikali, mahali penye pamebaki, our last point is the judiciary. And if the judiciary will act in a manner that is likely to suggest that they are in bed with the executive, then that's the moment now, that's the clarion call that Fabish, I, and other Kenyans would want to call pure radicalization of the minds of Kenyans to take back their power. Because all these powers, there is no institution that is bigger than the power of the people. All these powers are donated by the people, by the people. The constitution is very clear on that. So kama viongozi na kama hawa watu wote wa viongozi wa hizi idara zote za kiserikali, tafadhali, ikifika ni majukumu ambayo wananchi waliongea, and that's why you are seeing an individual in the name of Senator Cherargei can go to an extreme, even when knowing very well that we are grieved. Nobody likes this administration. Nobody is supporting this administration. It has been forced on our throats. Every idea about this administration, it's being forced on our throat. And that's why unaona impunity is elevating these people to an extent wanaanza kusema, just imagine somebody rising and anasema ati 70% of the nation approves the extension of a term limit. This should be a very serious pointer to the emails that we sent, to the many people who send emails. I know 90% or 95% of Kenyans do not agree anything to do with term limit. But because these people know how to prepare themselves, even in terms of rigging election, in terms of doing of manipulating anything to do with the system, that's why you see the kind of courage Cherargei is able to tell the whole country that he has information that Kenyans in large numbers are approving the term extension. Hiyo ni kukuonesha ya kwamba hawa ni watu wenye wanajua ni nini wanafanya. Hawa ni watu ambao already wameshajipanga kuiba hata uchaguzi, because they will tell you such nonsense. They will tell you now votes zilihesabiwa, kura zilihesabiwa na haya ndio matokeo. Now you cannot do anything about that. So when you hear Cherargei talk, because Kenyans have spoken, even during the public participation that was done during the impeachment of the deputy president, we saw what public participation was. We saw how aggrieved Kenyans were. We saw in different countries, in the whole country, Kenyans saying if Makanga ataondolewa, pia dereva lazima ni kufa Makanga, kufa dereva. But these people go and do their own public participation in Bunge, and then they force it through the courts to make it look like the public has spoken. We should be very careful as a country. We are not living in normal times. And if we are not careful, then it means this country has taken 3 steps backward to where we were. We are living with individuals who were ironed, who were shaped, who still believe that Moi still reigns. We wish to remind them that Kenyans fought for a document called the new Constitution, and Constitution 2010 still works, and it is still the law of the land. We are aware that the current president and the current administration, with his group and friends, they were not believers of this constitution. So whenever you see them light left and center, disregard the rule of law, when you see them mutilate the constitution, when you see them force impunity and even abduct and kill some of these Kenyans, it's because some of these people, including the head of state, did not push, did not fight for this document. This document was fought by other Kenyans. Some of them are in their graves. But this administration, because it still believes and it still has the mentality of the KANU regime, then they have no business respecting this constitution. And that's why now everybody needs to be reminded that it is your objective, it is your responsibility to wake up every morning and think about this nation.
on a very serious point. We need to get out, like we have been saying, we need to get out, employ other tactics. As much as the state is still going outside the law, then some of us and some people will be forced also to apply other measures, even if it means protecting one of ours or everybody. As we speak today, our friend Maverick Aoko is mixing, simply because some individuals feel that they are public officers, who are occupying public offices funded by our taxes, drawing salary on our taxes, pesa yetu ya ushuru. Kuna watu kwa hii
land your point in 30
yes.
seconds.
Okay. The people Fabish in this country wamechukulia ushuru wetu ni pesa yao tu ya kawaida. Hiyo ni pesa yenye wanaweza iba wakafanyia chochote, wakatafuta a unit of their own. They go outside there, form a police unit that is composed of foreigners, composed of police who used to serve in the forces, and then they come up with a force that can go on frustrating and killing Kenyans. We wish to remind these people that even the police that killed our friend Willie Kimani sometimes back, today they are paying a price in prison of long of jail. So nobody should fool you that the administration, because the administration of the day will use you to do all the nonsense, but when push comes to shove, watakuachilia na watakuexpose. So it should be our clarion call. I think Fabish may interfere, and I've forgotten the point that I was about to make. But if I will remember, I will still gladly come back. But let us continue calling. Let us continue searching for Aoko, and if in the event there's something that has happened to Aoko, because Aoko pointed out an issue. And that is what I was about to speak, Fabish. Kama kuna mtu mwenye ako kwa hii serikali na anakula ushuru wetu na anakula mshahara ambao sisi tunalipa, then and if you feel people cannot talk about you, why should Kenyans, why should other children be killed on the street? And when your child, somebody talks about your family, you are a public figure, you're not a public figure, you're a civil servant. And when Kenyans question, because Kenyans have all the rights to talk about the president, the deputy president, and anybody that is occupying public office. If you are aggrieved and you think people cannot talk about you, then you have no business occupying those offices. You have no business, absolutely. So people will talk. And if in the event something has happened to Maverick Aoko, Fabish, this one should be, anybody noting those points, it should be a very big clarion call. People should not even wait for this 11-11. People should not wait for that, because it is very evident. We cannot sit as a country down. Kila mtu hapa ati anakujiogo tu mmoja mmoja, anakujiogo mmoja mmoja. And to the many people, Fabish, 1 minute, to the many big wings, the people who are controlling the social media in terms of followers and everything. Even in the past, mmekosana na Maverick huko nje. The reason why we are raising this voice and the reason why we are going this extent, you might have not agreed with what Maverick Aoko writes and everything, but Maverick Aoko remains a Kenyan. She is a child of somebody. She is a sister. She is a sister to somebody and a child of somebody. That one is enough to convict you. That one is enough to convict you to go out and call out this administration for taking Maverick wherever they have taken her. Thank you, Fabi.
Thank you so much, Rasji. Wakati tunaongea kuhusu Maverick Aoko, let's remember also our brother Lavin Miller, who has been missing. Let's continue also pushing the hashtag of Lavin Miller to be released unconditionally. Those abductors, they have to leave him. We can never allow anyone to be abducted or be killed or be tortured. If they think that they have committed an offense, let them produce him in court alive. And yes, Jeffy, before I come to you and then Sankale, we are privileged to have Joe Mwai, who is I think he's is in the legal minds. And thank you so much for coming, Joe. I have questions that I addressed earlier. Please, can you enlighten us about Bill Gates and the immunity? What does it mean to give a foreigner immunity, and why would they want to give immunity? Is it because of the activities that he's doing that at some point maybe he will contradict with the law? That's why they're anticipating and giving immunity. And another one question also is about today ruling. The Supreme Court says that public participation was sufficient, and yet many Kenyans were not satisfied with the public participation. When it comes to public participation, is there any structure in the law, or this member of parliament can have their set of participants that whenever they want to push the agenda, they can just go, they have their own group, wanawapatia 500, and they pass that public participation, and then it will be considered to be sufficient?
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Joseph Mwai. I will start by first of all saying we free Lavani, our colleague called John Eric Wesonga. He was arrested today at Ruaka. The police initially indicated that he was taken to Kiambu and then to Ruaka, but in all police stations he's not there, so we don't know where he is. So free Lavani, do not forget he's one of our comrades and one of the brave ones. So as to the topics concerning public participation is covered under Article 10 of the Constitution, and it is a requirement that every public state office, state officer, and also public, there are three of them, should adhere to the Constitution when they are writing their statutes, when they are making policy. So it's a requirement under Article 10 of the Constitution. So I have not read the Supreme Court judgment, so I'm not well versed to fully comment on it. But ideally, once a decision is reached by the Supreme Court, all other courts will tend to follow it. So probably this is a duty for the advocates to break it down. And the good thing is that when
Mwambie wakili angalie mic yake so that we can listen to him better. I don't know if I'm the one having a problem listening to him. Afanye, it is very important.
You can hear me better?
Improve. Fabish.
We can hear you, wakili. I think maybe Ras G ndio ako na problem. Nimemdrop alafu apande tena. Yeah, go ahead, wakili.
Okay, so it's for the advocates to look at it so that we can give a better, so that it's not my opinion. I give what they wrote. And the good thing is that the Supreme Court can always change its decisions. So you can, that's the reason you see every time we have an election petition, they'll say this time and then the next time they'll change. So it's for us to look at the decisions and then look at it. Now, coming to Bill Gates, in law, there is a principle that is called cui bono, whereby it basically means look who benefits. So we should also look who benefits when Bill Gates is given immunity. Because one of the rumors that is there is that Ruto grows a lot of maize in Zambia. Now, 33% of Zambia is dying of starvation. You can go look up an article that is written, Bill Gates playing God in Zambia. So whereby out of a population of 20 million, 6 million people are dying of starvation. And the reason why they are dying of starvation is because of GMOs. Basically, if you want to understand GMOs, it's even in the title. White people lie to you on the face. They tell you genetic modified organism. So what is this genetic aspect that is modified? And the reality is that for a GMO to grow the next time, it has to either have a lot of chemicals, and their favorite chemical is glyphosate, which is a cancer-leading product. Now, what Bill Gates is seeking immunity for is that his castle of lies is falling off. He's being sued in Dutch, he's being sued in New Zealand. I think he has a case in Japan, whereby they realize that this propaganda that he sells about vaccines, because he's the person who controls the WHO, they have come to realize that it is a lie and the vaccines are causing problems. So here he's still running vaccines where you get HPV vaccines for our girls and various vaccines for our children. Some of them are given under duress. You just find that a 13-year-old, there are cases where in Bungoma, you find a girl went to hospital and she was injected with a vaccine that she does not understand, and they were coerced to do it. That's things that are happening currently in Kenya, not myth. So that's what Bill Gates is looking for. And if you listen to what he says in his YouTube videos, he says you want to reduce the world population. He estimates it's supposed to be 9 million, but the correct population is about to be about 3 to about 4 billion. Then you ask, where is this 5 billion supposed to go to? It's the agenda to depopulate. I'm sorry, it sounds those things that people say, globalist. I mean, why would you ask for forgiveness if you're not planning to do something? So Bill Gates' whole agenda is this whole thing. Keep on shouting about global commerce with his buddy Schwab's, and they write a book about it. The Great Reset. It's out there in the books. They want to tell you exactly how they are doing it. So the immunity that he's seeking is for the evils that he's currently committing, the evils that he has previously done, and the evils that he's about to do. Remember, when Ruto came in, GMO was made to be legal. So in reality, what he's seeking is that the propagation of everything else that he wants to do is that you make it to be legal. So I hope I've covered the conversation of the Bill Gates immunity. I want to get into the conversation of the revolution for I joined in late. I don't know mnaitaje 11. I'll catch up. There's a book called The Art of War, and when you're attacking your enemy, you should be very strategic. You can do a direct attack and an indirect attack. So, for example, this whole move that tukwena we have a maandamano come 11th, I fully support, I fully endorse. However, we should also review what has worked for us, what has not worked for us, so such that we improve on our methods. Now, what has worked for us, we replicate and we improve and we also surprise. Okay, so for example, what happened in Chuka University, it happened well. They were caught unawares and it happened well. Now, what were the take-home points of what went right during the Chuka Maandamano? And now don't think about it as one isolated incident. Think about it from a countrywide perspective. We do not have to chokehold CBD peke yake. Unaweza chokehold huko vienyeji, chokehold kutoka barabara yote kwenda mpaka Eldoret, barabara yote kwenda Nyeri mpaka Meru, barabara yote. So such that the entire of Kenya is at a standstill, no one is moving, and the only condition is that Ruto must go. Because remember, immediately after the 25th, he promised that he's going to change cabinet. Everyone was reappointed, plus fresh culprits from ODM. He promised to change expenditure. It went high by 33%. Everything he promised, he changed on step one, and he has been doing it. Everything. John Buddy now reports that Ruto is missing money. So there is no point of us now keep on asking him. He has already proved. The teachers went on strike, they gave up. They were given 500 shillings, they left. The doctors went on strike, same thing. The lecturers today are going back on strike. They've realized that a government has a permanent 4% increment, but that they have never seen. Their CBA has never been met. Yet there are people who receive a constant 11-12% increment. We've seen the issue of Shiv Shah, patients dying. And I'd like, probably, I hope someone is asking, what is the definition of genocide? If you're targeting sick people to die, and you have Bill Gates coming into the country, tuulizane maswali tu, why are people being let to die? I mean, today, if you came up with a new software to the simplest of things, to write your signature differently, it would not work perfectly. You expect a window duration to change. Why would you do such a gamble with people's lives? It does not make sense unless it was pre-planned. There is no software that would work immediately, let alone a software that is worth 104 billion. So for the maandamano, tunaweza decide tu hata tuandamani, mi mali niko navuka barabara, tukiwa wawili pole pole. We just cross the roads slowly. All we do, kiulizo unaenda wapi, naenda kuvuka barabara, unavuka barabara pole pole, and cause this country to come to a standstill until he listens to us, because civil disobedience is the only way this man listens. And we are trying to tell him you are running the country aground. Now, that is the direct conversation. Let us now talk indirectly. The question is, we know Ruto's main objective is money. Now, who controls his money? That is where the answer is. How do we lock down the money? One thing, during maandamano, the money comes down, there is economic, tunakuja tunasikizwa kidogo. So how do we lock down the money? Who gives Ruto money? You know, what one thing that Africans don't realize is that when Mzungu is giving you 100, he has probably taken away from you 3,000, and the 100 is what is being left around. Because I don't understand what's the fascination about getting a new belt, red shoes, a new suit, a new tie, shiny things. Kama mtoto amepewa nguo za Christmas. It doesn't make sense from a presidential perspective. Okay, and these people are just giving you commodities which they got from your country to begin with. So you get new helicopters, you get new cars, you're fascinated. It's like the old kings. Walikuwa wanapewa, mtu amepewa kioo, mtu amepewa the new technology of the old king 1600 ndio Ruto anapewa saa hii. Au walipewa kioo, Ruto anapewa helicopter. It's the same mediocrity. Sindio? So let us attack the person who's giving them the money. Now, where do they get their money? The trick of the person who colonizes Africa has never changed. It is very, very, very simple. Kill the local industry, sell me the cheap product, okay, from your country. And most probably, let me sell you that product at a throw. Kitu ambayo nimekuibia kwako. So let us give you, for example, an indirect warfare that we are actually doing, so that you can learn from example, because it's good that you see something that you're doing. We started a warfare about sanitary products. So about Always, Cortex, Huggies, na Pampers. Ladies, all of you, because it is normal to have menstrual cycles, if you hear any of those products, Huggies, Cortex, Pampers, na I'm forgetting another one, I'll just repeat them. Pampers, Huggies, Always, na Cortex. None of them is made of cotton. Okay, and the companies that make them are Procter & Gamble. Procter & Gamble are owned by BlackRock, Vanguard, JP Morgan ambayo amepewa license juzi, ambayo ndio akina Citibank, Barclays Bank. It's the rich boys. It's a game of musical chairs. So learn their products, boycott their products. For example, Coca-Cola. Sindio? Bill Gates akona shares mingi sana. Boycott Coca-Cola. Si umesikia Always? Boycott Always. Si umesikia products ambazo zinaoniwa na Unilever? Boycott. Products za Johnson & Johnson? Boycott. Now, these are the decision makers in Congress. These are the people who tell IMF. IMF pia wao kuna mtu ambaye anawaambianga pesa iko hapa. Even them, they are lapdogs. They may pretend to be very strong, but they hear the people who have the money. And the people who have the money, ni BlackRock, Vanguard, JP Morgan, how? Sindio? So now that we know a product, tumeshika moja, inaitwa cotton. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya has the ability to produce more than 200,000 metric tons. We are removing that market from America. Hata tufichi, we are in court. We are before Justice Chacha Mwita, tumesema cotton products zote ambazo zimeletwa na hizi kampuni, all of them, we want them out of our shelves. Sindio? Ruto si unacheza huku na sisi na upande ina yetu. All we want is just to grow our cotton. We're not going to buy products that help us be colonized. You want to go to KFC? Understand pesa ya KFC inaendanga kufanya nini. Understand what it does in the war in Gaza. Understand what it does in Sudan. Understand what it does in Congo. Attack them in the money. Learn their products. Attack them in the money. Kampuni ni Johnson & Johnson, Unilever, kuna Nestle, ukinunua chocolate. All you need to do is just look at the product. Ukuje uangalie, ukiona inaoniwa na mbeberu, haununui. If it is not made in Kenya, haununui. Boycott their products. Hivyo tu, let them start feeling the economic pinch. Because when we boycott, they still know we have nowhere else to go. For example, we've learned that Safaricom is the people who are tracking us. How unaitwa Safaricom? You have a Kenyan name, and then sasa wewe ndio unatuza unapatia na watu uliwe. Sindio? We should not forgive such people. So anybody who we know is funding this thing, sindio, we attack them economically. The physical, hiya kuja tuna boycott, tunaandamana, hiyo kwanza ya Chuka University, big up comrades, congratulations. And as I end, free Lavani. all other comrades, including Aoko. This thing of abductions because you are telling someone the truth has to end, and you're telling them the truth so that they stop being slaves and puppets, but they don't want to listen. Sindio. So for the love of Kenya, free Lavani, and good night. Najua nimepitisha time.
Asante sana wakili. Kwanza ningeomba, nimekufollow manake mimi nimeanza kuwa radiko hapa, nataka mawakili sana kuwa marafiki nao because sijui siku yangu itakuwa ni siku gani. So please, nimekufollow, kindly also follow me. I will be close to the legal minds. And nimeona tweet by Maverick Aoko, and I don't know the authenticity of the tweet, but let's hope. Amesema kuwa, I saw it somewhere. This is what she said. Oh, mepotea tena. Yeah, but oh yeah. Hey, this is Aoko. I'm using my friend's account. Let it be known that my account has been compromised by the police. The information that was shared before on my page is fake. I've been released. Kesho itabidi niseme kila kitu. Stay tuned. I don't know whether it is drama, lakini let us hope kwamba ni kweli ni yeye. So now we are talking of Lavani. So wakili, every day we are holding the space from 5 o'clock. We are now talking of solutions. We have had many spaces. We have had spaces ambazo zinaitwa big weeks. You know, talking in furnished languages, Queen's English, and you know, endless talks. Wakati regime inazidi kutumaliza, mambo mengi tunasukumiwa. Sasa sisi tumesema enough is enough. We have to call for action. We cannot continue being abducted. We are going to be to have security on ourselves. Tutajikinga. We are going to protect ourselves. Tumesema kwamba usikubali kukuwa abducted kirahisi. Piga kelele, anatumambia every Kenyan, ukienda mahali upate kuna commotion kwamba mtu anataka kukidnapiwa, amplify, anza kuscream, throw objects on that car, throw stones, throw everything, hata ikiwezekana, manake these people, NPS wamesema si wao, DCI wamesema si wao. Sasa who are we left with? That means they're criminals. So if you come in a criminal way, we'll treat you like a criminal. So wakili, kuna mahali tukiambiwa tunaambiwa kwamba we are becoming anarchist, but I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, but sijui kama kujiprotect inakuwa ni anarchy. Sijui kama kujiprotect mtu asikuarm inakuwa kwamba you are not following the constitution, but when unawawa, it is a constitution. So tumwambia watu, those Subarus, we need to bring them down. NPS wametoa statement wakasema they are not part of the kidnappers. DCI wametoa statement wakasema they are not part of the kidnappers. So now Kenyans, we know that we are targeting criminals. Anywhere we see those Subarus trying to kidnap someone, we will burn them down. Another thing, hiyo Joe, tafadhali utanisaidia kuni DM those companies. We will need to boycott, but tunaanza na Safaricom. Safaricom, they have been enemy of this republic. They are working with the regime. Wanatumia system yao kupeana data zao. We are going to sabotage them. Everybody, tafadhali run away from Safaricom. Na vile generali huwa anasema tukianza revolution tutakuwa we leave a mark. We will leave a mark even on those their towers. This is what I'm saying. We will leave a mark even on those their towers. Hizo towers zimewekwa kwa mashamba zetu within the Republic of Kenya, and we cannot accommodate you to arm us. So this message will be very clear. So tomorrow, as we are making posters on 11/11, we are also putting 11/11 boycott Safaricom for safety, na pia wao ndio wanachangia regime itu oppress. So DK Gift, take your 2 minutes.
2 minutes zangu ni za appreciate Fabish for the invite, number 1. Number 2 ni za appreciate Joe na kwamba Joe, just like umemwomba kufollow, I'm going to reach out to you, Joe, and ask that you share with me quite to detail or maybe tell me, direct me where I can go especially on the internet, where I can find a bit more detail on as far as some of those companies that are affiliated to these different. You gave it a very good title, a game of musical chairs, and each one of these big boys, quote unquote, that are involved in one way or the other. So that I believe we need to fashion that conversation to go all the way chini pale hivyo chini. See, for instance, umetumia Nestle as an example. Nestle anatengeneza cocoa, chocolate, coffee, and all that. Something that is available even in a sachet of 10 shillings, 5 shillings. As far deep in our society as, say, I come from village-wise. I come from a village down in Nyeri, in Mokoroine. I know a shop where I can buy a 5 shilling sachet of Nestle. One that I actually normally buy every so often when I go to visit, because my grandma sometimes will ask me, utanunua kahawa? Nitanunua kahawa pale na anajua kahawa ya Nestle. Now, if I can find a way to fashion that conversation all the way down to them, and show them, even them just like you've shown me, then I have introduced just another extra direction of making sure kila mtu ana get informed on how civil disobedience, whether it is from a physical perspective or economic perspective, as you rightfully put it, can actually further push this regime in what we are clearly saying. So whether watu wanatoka nje na clarity, si tuko huku tao na wale kwa mtaani wanajaribu kuinclude watu wako rural areas in going out to the streets, we talk to them on how physical disobedience can actually play on to this. And then as far as economic, we talk to them that it would be very, very helpful. Fabish, I am going to beg my leave in a few, like I just mentioned to you. There's something I want to go and pay attention to. But thank you very much for the invite, and I'm actually going to commit myself to come again to this discussion. I've heard you mentioned we'll be doing it 5 p.m. So I'll see if whether tomorrow or day after tomorrow I can come, and I'll come a bit earlier so that I want to sit with you so that I can listen. I want to listen in, as I've said, I am a civic education soldier / warrior. And there are those that we are working with, the likes of Kyoti Sonko and so many others that are doing the same work on ground. For some of us, we are working from a project management perspective, communication,
Yeah,
fashion.
and sorry, DK, this is now the conversation. Civic education sasa, tokeni huko kwa mabills, kuacheni kuambia wamama mambo ya bills inawaeleza. Sasa hizi ndio, these are the kind of civic
Mama
education
namwambia
tutafanya
bill
sasa.
kuhusu nini? Why do I need to spend even 10 minutes talking to? I know a bill is important na kupull out hizo bills. True, very true. But mama akona kahawa ama ng'ombe anauza maziwa yake pale Mkuruini, kusema ukweli, petitions fulani zinaguzana na yeye aje? In no way. So I have to make sure, and it's a big task that we have in front of us. And when I come back, Fabish, tomorrow or day after, I'll share with you what I've started putting together, and share with everybody what I've started putting together as a principle perspective of how we will start fashioning and how we'll start working with different groups. There are people who started reaching out to us. In Nakuru, we've made a network of people that is reaching about 11 of the wards in the county, with over 700 different people that can represent a conversation in different of those wards. In Coast, we have 684 people in across all the wards in the Coast region who are ready to actually work with us to be able to fashion. Now, the truth is, I need to be able to listen to all these people and know ni nini naguzaga watu wa Coast, ni nini naguza mse wa Western, ni nini naguza mse wa Central, ndio niweze kujua sasa nikienda kuongea nayo kama ni kuhusu civic disobedience ama ni kuhusu vitu zingine nataka kumfunza kuhusu rights zake na nini, na muongelesha kama yeye as my target audience. It's a lot of work. There's a time that will come, I'm going to ask for so many people to come and give in the help. We need project managers, we need researchers, I need a whole bunch of people, and we'll see how it will go. So thank you so much for being
Yeah, thank you. And as you are doing civic education, you also mobilize at the same time. 11/11, this is real.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Absolutely.
we have to continue mobilizing. 11/11 is real. This is a date that we begin to change our country.
Do you know, now that you said the word mobilize, the 6 principles that I've told you we have, that I'll come and share with you guys, principle number 3 is actually mobilize. The third principle that I have, that I've put together in the principles I've worked on, I have mobilized as my third one. My second one. I work on organizing people, mobilize people, collaborate with people, educate people, evaluate what we are doing, document it, and also make sure that we are monitoring it. There is a whole step on step of things that we have to do. They will work simultaneously, they will work concurrently, they will work parallelly, but mobilizing is one of them. So thank you very much, Fabish.
Yeah.
You guys have a good night.
Thank you so much. Yes, so guys, vile tumesema kwamba we are going to radicalize the revolution, and as well we still continue doing civic education, but sasa tunataka kutoka vile wamekuwa akifanya civic education. We cannot just do a blind civic education. You know, Ruto is throwing different objects, na hizo ndio tunachukua, tunaenda tunafanya civic education, just wasting our time. We need to be objective in the civic education. We know what we are what we are selling to the community. Let them understand there are those critical things that will elicit their reactions and understand as to why this regime is a killer. So thank you, wakili, umeimpact a lot this movement. Umekuja sasa, umeinject, umekuja na fresh oxygen kama ile Raila alimpatia Ruto. But yes, and thank you for everyone ambao you support this cause. It has not been easy journey. Tulianza, it was not comfortable to talk, and we find out that there were a lot of challenges in these spaces. There are a lot of people in these spaces that are compromised. Unaenda, unapata space, they call themselves bigwigs, but they have their own agenda. Watu wa ODM wako huku ndani. They are pushing agenda of this party, mtu wetu syndrome, nini, Raila akishindwa AU is going to take this. No. We are past that. We want to stand as Kenyans, turudi mali tulikweko, being tribeless, being leaderless. It is not about personality. It is not about positions. First, we have to redeem the country. After we have redeemed the country, then now we can talk of those positions. When we redeem the country, remove the system and install a new system that is working for everyone. It doesn't matter who will be on the top. Hata ukimweka nani, hata ukaamua mweke mzee wa 90 years, ukaamua kumweka kijana wa 21 years, will not have problem because we already aligned the system. So we have to go back to the drawing board where we started. We said we have to drain the swamp, and we are still holding on to that. We are draining the swamp. Change all the system. Go to factory reset this country. The 60 years ambao tumeenda tukifumble kila wakati, it is not working, but now it is crashing. So let us crash the old system, tuweke chini, alafu we build a new foundation, we build a new republic. And it will take us, sweat, it will take us blood, but we don't have any other option. That is the only option available for us. So we have to brace ourselves. We don't want our children and our grandchildren to blame us. We are blaming our parents. We are blaming our grandparents that they failed us. But please let us now stand and make change. Let also not our children blame us and our grandchildren blame us. So the few people ambao wanafikiria kwamba they want a lot of things, tukibadilisha hii regime, tukimwondoa Ruto, many things, including land reforms and other atrocities. Why would few individuals be owning chunks of lands while other people, hata wakikufa, hakuna hata mahali pa kuzikwa. Cemetery zimekuwa very expensive. Even people cannot afford. That is why we have bodies lying at the city mortuaries. People are not going to claim them because they don't know where to bury them. This country has become a mess. And if you ask me, if we had a upright judiciary, this government even supposed to be declared a failed state, a failed government, because the core mandate of every government is to protect citizens and their property. But what is happening? Hata ndio sababu kidogo nitarudi baadaye kama wakili bado kwa hapa, tujue definition ya genocide. How many people must die for it to be declared a genocide? Because now we have thousands of people that have been declared dead and been killed by this regime. If that is not genocide, then ni language gani tunaweza kutumia? Daniel Kinyo, go ahead.
Yeah, I was listening to you, Kafani. Number one, 11-11. I think there should be. Okay, I don't know whether we can say this, but actually it works anyway. There are various methods of like there are actually mathematical methods of winning maandamano. Believe it or not, there are mathematical calculations that you can make to know how many people you need anywhere to overwhelm the police. Like this exists. You guys can look it up, and that might help because this whole bombard a place, it is not. It is effective and also not effective, but there are actually scientific ways to do this, and even if the police know, they can't do anything because we only have a finite number of police. We have a finite number of policemen. Even if they know that's what they're going to do, they can't do shit. We have a finite number of policemen, a finite distance. Like Nairobi is Nairobi. It is the size of Nairobi. All these are constant. Now the only thing that is not constant is the people. And there are mathematical calculations that determine how you can overwhelm the police, even if they know, because we only have like what 200,000 police in Kenya. Even if you have half of them in the CBD, half of them, even if they can hear us right now, they can't do shit because it's so precise that they would need, I don't know. There are two things we can do, even if they know. Even if you decide today, number one, hii Safaricom inakusumbua, you just say every single mast, if it's not guarded, it's in trouble. They have to send police to guard it. Secondly, you send a maandamano and you use these calculations to know how many people you need. You only need like 10 locations with an X number of people. And then the more you increase those number of locations, the more you stress them. And even if they know, they can't do anything. Like I think we should start taking solutions in that sense. It's not always, there are actual scientific ways of doing this, and it won't matter hata wakitusikia, it could still work.
Yeah, asante sana. Boycott Safaricom, na tukianza maandamano hata hizo must tutazitolea mbali, tuzing'olee mbali, kwani hao wanapeana information data zetu na tunawawa, kwani hizo must ni important kuliko maisha zetu. You know, Safaricom wamejijenga kwa pesa zetu from scratch. Tumeinua mpaka mahali wamefika, alafu anakuja kututapikia. You know, Safaricom haingeweza kusurvive kama sisi si wa Kenya. Wametunyanyasa hata kwa internet. Wametukula kila mahali. And then they are supporting the oppressor. Even most of these people, they don't even use their services like we do. But they are not appreciating that. So Safaricom must be called out. Tutaanza kupush hiyo hashtag to all Kenyans. We have to boycott. Mimi kwanza nimeanza hata my contacts katika wale ambao wananipigia simu. Ninaanza kuambia, if you call me with a Safaricom line, I'm not going to pick. Tutafuta line nyingine unipigie nayo. Hivyo ndio radicalization inaanza. Tunaanza hivyo kwanza from our contacts. Change. Kama unataka tuendelee na communication, tuanze kuboycott. Tukianza kuboycott, tutajenga another one. Manake huwezi kuwa wewe unafanya biashara, badala uendelee na biashara yako, unaanza kushikana na oppressor. That means there are a lot of activities that you are involved, even these corruption activities, because you cannot tell me that you don't have interest with this government. That is why you are supporting. Now, juzi tumeona there was a bill ambayo walijaribu kupasisha pale, na hata sijui imefikia wapi. We are not even monitoring that. Inaitwa Critical infrastructure protection bill that government and in that bill kwanza that bill it is even attacking chapter 1 and chapter 37 of our constitution, sababu inasema there are places ambao it will be listed as critical infrastructure including parliament, including JKI, and the bill ikasema even the private entities they can request, they can apply to be enlisted as a critical infrastructure. So when they are making that bill, I think even Safaricom walikuwa moja wao because wameanza kuoversee, and even Bill Gates sasa mwenye anakuja zile kama ni hizo vaccine center na vile vitu itawekwa kwa ni critical infrastructure so that we cannot access, and the bill is very punitive that ukicross those critical infrastructure you will be fined 10 to 15 million Kenya shillings. Absurd. Na tumenyamaza, na I think hata hiyo bill inaendelea. They are trying to divert us. So Sankale, go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Fabish. I think it's late, but hiyo issue ya Bill Gates, I think uta create another day, maybe tukuwe na a chance ya kudiscuss about what is system, what is deep state, because to me it's very broad, na nikianza kuidiscuss hii inaweza take maybe 6 minutes, 7 minutes, na najua watu wengi wanaweza taka kulala ama kuongea pia. So I think the issue ya Bill Gates, maybe one day create chance kwa space tukuwe na conversation about what is deep state, itakuwa helpful. So kwenda acha ni civic education. Fabish, mnanisikia?
Yeah, nakusikia, endelea.
Acha niende direct kwa civic education. I think we are partyless, we are tribeless, na I think kuna tweet leo nikasema multi-party, watu walitake multi-party ikakuwa tribal parties, whereby utakuta
Sankale, umepotea. Sankale, kindly check on your network. So please tusisahau kupusa hashtag ya Lavani sababu Aoka amepatikana. Kumbuka Aoko tulipush 2 days ago tulikuwa at 46 million. So please, mtu mwenye kwa hapa 30 seconds wakati Sankale anatoa submission, please nenda kwa comment section, tumia hii space hashtag free Sankale, I mean Lavani. Go ahead Sankale. Sankale, drop and then uitisha mic tena. So yeah, everybody kama bado ujeweka hiyo hashtag ya Lavani, we need to fight for our comrade. Then kesho tuone kama wame release Mavic, probably kesho pia Lavani will be released. Jeffy.
Yes, Fabish. Yeah, thank you. I've been here for a while. But most of the concerns that I had, actually, most of them have been talked or spoke to. I actually wanted to talk about Maverick, what you just said. And then, of course, the notion of that, the CIA kind of just works for the interest of the people of Kenya. That one has been disabused. Otherwise, we would not have Bill Gates here and JP Morgan. And then maybe what I wanted to add as a pen off, when we talk about 11/11, we've organized these things before. And I was in Huru Park on the 20th, this month. Not many of us came to the streets, and that's leading up to where Sahi tumefika, because a crowd of 40 or 30 people mnakuwa scattered to na only one tear gas canister. I mean, it means that we have to do more, because We don't want another 11/11 to fail the way 20th of October did fail. So yeah, basically we have, I'm looking at a country where we're talking about the police and the National Police Service, the DCI, kind of dissociates themselves from the people that are abducting Kenyans and killing them, mutilating them. And they say, that's not us. So my question is, who are they? And if that is the scenario, then does it mean we are living in a banana republic where the government itself cannot provide security to its own citizens? And that's why, for me, for example, I said a little while before, at this time when we go out there, we need security. Personally, I have my own. I decided that I would donate one for one who would be willing, but we should know that the movement already changed. It's no longer constitutional because the people who meet against us, that violence, it is unconstitutional still. So, yeah, let's see what the movement brings along. But thank you for the conversation. You have yourself a good night, guys.
Thank you, Jeffy. I don't know whether Joe, you are still there. Joe, yeah, please. This is the question that I want to put to you. I don't know whether in a law, apart from the impeachment of president by parliament, when the government or the state fails to protect its citizen, of which that is the core mandate of the government, is there a law, a way that people can, maybe directly append signatures and take to the apex court and demand that the government has failed in its contract and should be declared a failed government?
There is no route directly to court. The route that exists is through parliament, through popular initiative, but directly to the court there isn't. So you, which tells you we as citizens we can bring it up, but it has to go through parliament. Which tells you Raila has always lied to people. Because if Raila woke up today and he said he wanted 3 million signatures, he'd get it. If anybody woke up today and said they wanted 2 million signatures, they'd get it. If Gachagua today is very disgruntled, he said he wanted 1 million signatures, he'd get it. So he tells you he's also lying. So don't fall for their tricks every single time. 1 million signatures is all it takes, but they cannot get that. So I hope I've answered the question.
Yeah, thank you so much. So the only window available for us, it is good that we put this question so that we can understand, because watu wengine wanatuambia sijui constitution, and I always ask these people. Kuna space nilikuweko and there were people wengine walikuwa wanasema they are PhD holders, professors, and I asked them, okay, educate me on this constitution. What are options available to remove a tyrant? Na msiniambie mambo ya election, because you cannot remove a tyrant from election. We have seen tyrants staying in power 30, 40 years, 50. Some even they die in power. Museveni is going to die in power, and they already recruit his son. And they are always doing election. Uganda, they're always doing election. And you think everybody is going to vote for him? You think people love him? People always participate in election. Na unasikia amepita 90%. I don't know, 83%. Kagame doing the same. And many other tyrants. So the only way to remove tyrant normally supposed to be by parliament, but parliament already become his extension. So we are only left with one window, and that is through revolution. So that's why when we call revolution, Kenya should understand. That's why I'm saying it might be uncomfortable. Everybody want a soft life, even me. Kama kuna njia tungeweza kutumia nikiwa nimekaa kwa couch na tukamtoa William Ruto, I would go for that. Nani anataka kuumia? Nani anataka kusweat? Nani anataka kukaa kwa spaces tukiongea saa 8 usiku hata tuwezi tengeneza watoto? Nani anataka hiyo? Lakini sasa that is the only option available for us. lazima tutoke nje, lazima tukaumie, tupigwe tear gas, tuvunjwe miguu, lakini lazima tupate ukombozi. Power is not given, power is taken. But unfortunately, sisi tulimpatia William Ruto power tukiwa tunashangilia, tukiwa tunacheka, tukimpigia makofi. But sasa kuturudishia, anaturudishia na damu. So sad. Tulimpatia power vizuri. Ni kama umba unampatia mfupa, lakini kuchukua. You can give a monkey water. Problem is taking back the cup. That is a position that we are in now. Lakini we are ready. Huyo nyani akiruka juu ya mti tunaruka na yeye. Tukishinda kuruka juu ya mti tunakata hiyo mti ndio anguke. So that's what we are doing. Yeah. Sankale, I don't know whether your network now is behaving well.
Yeah. So, as I was saying, like, Fabish, we really need to discuss about our history in future because I think it's rewritten, it's decorated, imewekwa utamu mingi ya uongo enye I think nimefanya research about history yetu na nimerealize it has too much lies, na hapa ndio uongo ilianzia. We really need to find the cause root of what's happening in Kenya so that we can understand better. So my point was this: William Ruto and Raila Odinga. This time around mi nawashikanisha wakiwa wawili cause nimeona ni brother na sister ama brother na brother, cause these two people, some people here kwa hii space, they voted for William Ruto, others voted for Raila Odinga. We all voted for change. Those who voted for William Ruto, they voted for change. Those who voted for Raila Odinga, they voted for change. They believed in those guys. Unfortunately, Ruto akafanya ile kitu, aka win election. Raila akafanya ile kitu, aka lose election. Raila Odinga akatukose tuende maandamano from last year January till the end of the year. Aka make sure economy iko paralyzed, aka make sure watu wamekufa, aka make sure biashara zimeharibika, aka make sure no investor will come to invest in this country. Aka make sure vijana wametokea. Nakumbuka alikuwa anaenda Isili, anaenda Jakaranda, anaenda sijui wapi, amefoto nyuma na kina Kalonzo. Today we are seeing Raila Odinga akiwa na brother yake William Ruto. Raila Odinga mwenye alikuwa anasema Ruto is corrupt, amekuwa corrupt kama Ruto. Anasema Adani iko sawa, kila kitu anasema iko sawa, only for his only selfish interests. Same to William Ruto. These two guys don't care about Kenya. And venye nilikuwa nasema, like, today William Ruto akifail, Raila Odinga amefail. Watu wanangoja ati Raila Odinga anguke AU akuje akomboe Kenya. Anakuja kukomboa Kenya gani kama yeye saa hii yeye na William Ruto washaanza kutufinyilia wakiwa wawili, wakisema this for the love of Kenya. Which Kenya? Do they even love those two guys? Guys, tukifanya civic education, let's go tell our parents, let's go tell our brothers that William Ruto and Raila Odinga, they are the enemy of this country. Raila Odinga anguke huko AU, ajaribu kukuja hapa, atuambie hii serikali ilikuwa mbaya, pia yeye ni muongo. This man, Raila Odinga, amekuwa akichezea watu miaka nenda miaka rudi. Sasa hivi wameshikana na William Ruto, wanataka kutumaliza, wanataka kutajirika, wanataka familia zao ziendelee kukua sawa, na walikuja na narrative yao ni hustlers, both of them. William Ruto amekuja na hustler hii time, Raila Odinga alikuja na hustler 2007. Alikuwa anasema yeye ndio mkombozi wa wanyonge. They want to make us feel like wana understand pain yetu, but in reality hao ni watu wenye wakisha kula washibe, waone unataka kukula, wanachukua mchanga wanamwagilia chakula yako. So guys, I don't want to talk much because tomorrow I'm really waking up very early kuenda kazi, but tukicriticize William Ruto, let us don't forget Raila Amolo Odinga. Akona Badi, akona Joho, akona Opiyo Wandayi, na akona Oparanya. Na sahi naona by the in fact akona hata Chief Justice, akona Attorney General, na nasikia sahii watataka kutoa Wetangula walete mtu mwingine wa ODM. Come 2027, let us tell people it's not Orange Democratic Party,
Toka huko
it's
Sankale.
Orange
Sankale.
eh?
Toka huko kwa
Yep.
27.
Yeah, okay.
Toka huko.
I'm trying to say, before 2027, tuende tukiambia watu, we no longer have to follow these guys anymore. Tukisema William Ruto ni mbaya, let us don't forget Raila Amolo Odinga ni mbaya. We need both those two guys. Wacha waende hand in hand. Wacha tuambie raia hapa kwa ground, tukiwafundisha huyu baba na huyu Ruto ndio wanatuingiza kwa hizi shida zote. Fabish na request maybe in the course of the week to discuss about history yetu, tuone vile wazungu wamekuwa wakichukua resources zetu, tuangalie vile walitudanganya all the way from history yenye tumesoma shule, from social studies, GXE na wenye tulisoma history high school na maybe college, tuangalie vile it's rewritten and it's decorated. So bro, thank you for that time.
Yeah, I agree with you about lazima we revisit our history. Kuna those who studied literature, kuna Nigerian writer anaitwa Ole Soyinka. There is a book inaitwa A Dance of the Forest. So I think when you read that book, ni kama Ole Soyinka was describing our country. So in that book, he talk of something called psychonature of history, where he emphasizes by saying that human mistakes are repeated through history unless there is conscious effort to break it. So, and that is what is happening in our country. You know, he also talk of confronting sins of the past in order to move forward. You cannot move forward before you confront the sins of the past. You know, he talk even of blindly romanticizing the past and the progress without introspective, you know, it will lead to distraction. And what is notable in that book is the clash between old versus young. And this is what we are witnessing now in our country. So he's a great writer, Ole Soyinka. I think he was a Nobel Peace Prize winner. So I agree with you, Kwamba, yes, in as much as we are yearning for change, but we should not forget our past history. So I think tumekuwa hii spaces for almost 11 hours. I'll give those who are the speaker panel maybe 2 minutes each to give our final remarks so that we can close. I'll start with Arvin, then Daniel, then Joe.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay, as we close, there's one thing I would like to say, and it's a quote from one of my favorite pastors of all time called Martin Niemöller. And he said that first they came for the communists. I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists. I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. Yeah, and this highlights that if we choose to, it highlights what Desmond Tutu said before he passed away. And he said, if you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. So as people of this, as members of this movement, we are called to be voices for the voiceless. So let us honor our pursuit for justice and stand up for those in need, and together we can build a better Kenya. And also remember that our voices are stronger when we grow. So let's follow each other and build our platforms together as well. Other than that, thanks for the platform, Fabish, and God bless you, and God bless everybody that was here. Good night.
Thank you so much, Arvin. And please talk to your friend Okia Mtata. As you have put it very well, remind him about that quote. Let him choose the sides. Now, we know that he's a good leader. We don't doubt. We know things that he have done for this country. But now it is not about positions. Let him come and support revolution. Let him come and be in the forefront of revolution. Tukimalizana na revolution, when we have that time now for choosing a leader, of course, his name will appear at the top list. But for now, tafadhali, let him not distract Kenyans kuambia watu mambo ya 2027 because we already know the results. So please advise him. He's a good man. He's a good elderly man. We respect him so much. He have sacrificed for this country, and we don't mind as Kenyans, uplifting him. But for now, let him support the movement fully and call for revolution. Thank you. Daniel. Daniel?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm here.
2 minutes, give your final remarks.
Just no, no. This is a war of our lives, and we cannot afford to lose. Because, like, I've been trying to say it. I don't know whether I can't say it louder. We cannot lose this because what awaits us ahead if we lose is so miserably bad that if we had the ability to foresee it, because as I said earlier, if you see the things he was planning for us when we loved him, what do you think he's going to do for us now that he knows we hate him? And he's going to be he's going to be ruthless and completely without empathy. Before he had a face to save, now he doesn't have it. Now he doesn't care. The guy doesn't care that we hate him. He has no face to. Before he had to put up a nice face for all of us because he had to run to Mount Kenya and like walk around and like smiling everywhere and giving them mchele na nyama and all that stuff. If that's what he was planning for them while he was smiling and laughing with them, because all the things I explained earlier, they would be happening right now if we did stop. So if that is what he had planned for us then, can you imagine all the sadistic, twisted things he has planned for us now, going forward? Because now he knows there's this Machiavellian rule that says it is better to be feared than loved. It is good to be loved, but it is better to be feared. Now the love is already gone, so the only option he has is the Machiavellian one, which is fear. Now if he choose, he's definitely going to go the Machiavellian way because that's just what that's what a malignant narcissist would do. So he's going to definitely go the Machiavellian. And in a Machiavellian world, everything is a utility. You need to understand there is no room for empathy. Children are a utility. Sick mothers are a utility. Sick people are a utility. Everything is a utility to the one playing the game. So you need to understand, to Ruto, we are not people that need good lives. We are utilities that give him votes, give him legitimacy, and give him taxes. We are nothing more. We are a chess piece that he can move up and down when he wants for his own ends. That is what we were during the election. That is what we were after the election, and that is what we still are. The only difference is that now that utility is more of a nuisance than it is a pet. Because before the utility, which was the population, was more of a pet. Like I keep giving them projects, making them happy, making them happy, making them happy, and just like that, my time is gone. But now the population is not friendly. It is not a Labrador that you're patting and throwing meat to na inarukaruka wagging its tail the way you were before. Now he knows it's a utility to me, but it's vicious. So whenever I'm approaching it, I have to wear gloves and I also have to have a stick. Maybe I also have to have a stick in case it moves vibaya kuniuma nigonge. So we are a vicious pet to him. We are a utility and a vicious pet to him. So he's going to treat us as well. That is why anatudanganya with. The guy has no empathy. And we do not matter as much as we think we do. We are only a utility. We only matter to ourselves and we are on our own. We are on our own.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Yeah, Wakili, kindly give us your final remarks, submission, anything you want to add.
So, someone today said a very wise thing, which is true. That either way, change is coming because the younger generation is more than him. The median age in Kenya is about 19 years. So definitely, Ruto cannot outlive us. He will grow old, but we cannot continue suffering waiting for him to grow old. So he must go, and must choose smart ways to boycott. And the among the smart ways that I've written and I've even posted on the messages is I've posted the companies that are owned by BlackRock and these people who give him money. Those are the people who control the IMF. If we boycott their products, we have an answer. So I've given you images of BlackRock. The companies you can now search. It's easier. You can just look up the names. And we have picked one industry, and I'll repeat it: cotton. Ladies, cotton. We have one company, and that one company can change Wall Street, and they will listen. They will be forced to listen. If all of us today we are not going to drink Coca-Cola, we've said we are not going to drink Coca-Cola, what do you think will happen? The CEO of Coca-Cola will meet Ruto and tell him, because of you, now Coca-Cola is collapsing. If today we decide X product, the same thing. We are powerful. If we say we are no longer eating KFC because Ruto must go, the CEO of KFC will make a phone call to State House. So we can boycott products as a way to boycott. We can go to the streets and we can boycott products. And we decide to boycott American products. Meg Whitman huko akaanza kufikiria, and British products and French products tuanze kujua. And even, for example, and this is off topic, it was supposed to be a closure. For those of you who partake alcohol, can you look at the Mzinga? Who owns your alcohol? There's no one who owns alcohol in this country. All this alcohol is owned by foreigners. So we can decide to boycott that too. So boycott their products. Once you start boycotting their products, and we can name one product per day that we are boycotting it, and they shall start listening, because we are known to be social media bullies. Let's pick a product we boycott. Okay, so that is all. I wish everyone well. We stay strong. We stay in this fight. We are almost there, and it gets dark before there is light, but we are almost there. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Thank you so much. Yes, we can be pushing one product in a day. Kama tunaweza kupush kama ile Africa huko 100 million, tweets, So if it is American product to push back, I think 100 million tweets, it's not only in Kenya, because it is also going to affect that product in other countries. Because let's say now Coca-Cola, tuna push, we are boycotting Coca-Cola, and it goes 100 million tweets. So it is going to affect Coca-Cola worldwide, because many people would want to know, what is happening with Coca-Cola? Oh yeah, they are oppressing people. They are, and it will affect their business, not only in Kenya. So I agree with you 100%. You are very resourceful. We will be engaging you time to time, whenever you have time, because I know perhaps you are busy, but whenever you have time, even if it is 15 minutes, 20 minutes, please join us, continue injecting. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. It has been wonderful discussion and very meaningful. And now we are getting to our destination. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow again as we discuss more and the way forward. But before you sleep, kindly don't forget to tweet about our comrade Lavani. Don't sleep without tweeting, please. As you are sleeping, remember, kumbuka, huyo ni ndugu yako. Ako mahali hatujui yako wapi. So please, take it as your personal responsibility. Ask, tweet, about Lavani. When you wake up in the morning, the first thing you do before even you brush, make sure that you open your phone, tweet again. Let's continue pushing. That is the only way that we can do now. Please. Thank you so much, everyone, and God bless you.